Hey Mary, how you doing? Hey Caroline, how's it going? You guys want to party? You don't have to show your face. You can just kick it. You guys can just kick it if you want to. You guys ready to just kick it? Yeah, I just was doing some laundry and I've been catching up on my stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
How you been doing?
Oh, good. I'm just watching Trump's last rally. He's in Madison Square Garden,
Oh, okay.
and this is the uh, last rally before the election.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't believe he's got Dr. Phil up there talking about him.
Oh God.
I know. I'm shocked as hell because Dr. Phil did that interview with Trump. I didn't think he liked Trump.
No, I guarantee you they would have. They found out through some focus group somewhere that Dr. Phil's got a lot of conservative followers. That's why he's on there.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Something like that. There's a method to the madness.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah, are you on pins and needles over this thing, or
Oh, not at all. No, no. He's gonna win by a lot.
lovebirds? Got some
What?
lovebirds.
Oh, you
Lovebirds.
did?
No, Marty did.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, they saved him from a pet shop, real dirty pet shop.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Wow.
dude, they remind me of like living cartoons.
Yeah.
They're beautiful and they're cute little birds.
Yeah, I bet they are.
He's only had him a week. I'll take a little video of him later. He only had him a week. And they're still a little like, when you came on, started talking, the birds started squeaking. They seem to like love certain people.
Oh, isn't that cute?
But they're cute to watch. You know, they like cuddle and stuff.
Yeah,
It's a good name for them, lovebirds.
that is. Yeah, that's cute. I don't think I've only seen them on TV. I've never seen them.
Yeah, they're beautiful. There's like 6 main varieties.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I think they're cute. I mean, I never had lovebirds, you know, but I knew people that have bred them and stuff. They're easy to breed, I guess. They got a little nest box and, you know, little toys and stuff.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want any pets, but, you know, I don't blame them. You know, you got to feed them, fuck with them, forget it.
Clean their cage.
Yeah, fuck that.
I
I barely
know.
clean my own cage.
I know. Me too.
Yeah. How you been feeling? All right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been feeling okay. Remember how we were talking about when it gets cold if you get achier? And I said not really. Well, that's not true. My bones have been aching so bad.
Really?
Yeah, and it's been, wet and rainy here again. And
How cold?
well, like right now it's 52, but at night it gets down to oh gosh, 39.
But you keep your furnace on, don't you?
No.
Are you just saving heat?
Well, I don't really get cold. Um I I turn the heat on in the bathroom, because, when you shower and stuff, but
Yeah.
I just, wear my robe and slippers. But
I really notice, like, if you're young, you know, you can go skinny dip and all that shit. I think that's the one thing I put off showers because of it, because the bathroom's too cold when I get out of it.
Yeah, I know.
Looks like you're gonna shatter.
Yeah. I know.
You know?
Oh God. But so yeah, my bones have been aching, but otherwise, no, I'm okay.
Okay.
Hanging in there, you know.
Yeah. Have I been on much lately? Have you been to Mark's or anything?
Mark went live last night.
Oh, good.
I popped in and said hi.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but I'm glad you let me know you were live today because, of course, no notification.
Yeah. Now, when I think about it, I never really I hate planning those things ahead. I just go on them impromptu. This is probably the worst time to go on a live if you're expecting a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has Michelle been doing her lives too?
Not for a while. No, I haven't seen her.
Huh.
Nope, I haven't seen her doing any lives.
It's hard to maneuver the mouse in a straitjacket.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know if she'll get your notification or not.
Yeah. Trump signs? Oh, yeah, I do. Believe it or not, I do, which is kind of weird. Now, of course, as you go west to Atlanta, you'll see, pretty much all Camilla things. Yeah, I mean, I was, for a long time, we didn't like talk about politics. And it's not like, we dominate the chats about politics. I don't care if people bring it up. I mean, so what? I
Oh
thought
yeah,
about just having like a pre-vote thing where people could just run their ideas by, because you're curious why people, vote for the candidates they do.
right.
And I thought, well, we could just have minimum rules in place. And
Sure.
yeah, the first rule I thought is you could only call the person that you didn't like motherfucker 3 times. Does that
Yeah,
sound reasonable?
yeah. That sounds reasonable.
I mean,
Um,
and I also don't want to have chats where you come on and you got to kiss everybody's ass. I mean,
oh
fly once in a while. Fuck it.
yeah. Everybody is not gonna like everybody.
No, but I mean, this
So
has never been about a popularity contest.
yeah, I mean,
I still
but
get people tell me that they're going to unsubscribe if I keep doing this or I keep doing that. Oh wow, please don't.
oh yeah, like that's really gonna bother
Oh, yeah,
you.
yeah. I mean, I wish I could have. I tell them I wish I could have kept her from subscribing in the first place.
Yeah,
And if I
yeah.
don't
Why
like,
do you,
if I don't, yeah, I don't want them around here. Fuck them.
yeah, I know.
And you get just constant shitty things. I'll give you an example. No big deal. Maybe it's just me. I'm too touchy. But Maddie comments. I mean, why would you say that about so obvious? We know what's going on.
Oh yeah, I know.
I don't need anybody telling me that Maddie looks older and that when she, why doesn't she get to the hospital? Just shut up. Here's
I
a
know.
perfect example. Yesterday, I get a
Uh
bagel
huh.
at this place I don't really like in Hilton Head, and a guy
Uh
takes
huh.
the time. I say, here's my bagel, just fucking around, waiting for it to show up. Nothing to do. That's why I do it. And the guy comes on and says that it looked like the tomatoes were frozen. I mean, what if they were? I mean, you're going to comment like this?
Yeah.
Daily comments like that. Another guy, I was sitting waiting to go get him. I picked up Marty some pasta when I went to Walmart. And
Uh huh.
I see a train, I record it. It's just a train going by. It's kind of cool. You never know, it might
Uh
come
huh.
off the tracks. I mean, I'd do it anyway. And a guy makes a comment. What is this video about? Just a train?
Oh God.
Usually, I like the chicken things, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen that before. I see it. I'm going there tomorrow. I bet I'll see it again. And I'll tell you one thing, man. I do take there's only a couple things in my life I've done that with. One, I was about 17, and I find out how they raised veal, and I thought, fuck that, I'm not eating veal. And I didn't eat it, but when I was in Chicago, they had this faux gras where you'd like choke ducks or some shit, some cruel ass thing. Well, I wasn't eating it anyway, but that's the first time. But that trip the other day up there, if you know anything about the philosophy and the rights versus ethics about animal, that's unethical. That is like cruel up until the chicken gets slaughtered.
Uh-huh.
You see the looks on those chickens? And I thought, I'm not eating that damn, good as I can tell. I'm not eating chickens that I can find out about. Now, I'm sure I'm going to eat some, don't know about it. But if I can find out, and I'm going to ask them, I don't want to eat chickens that took that last ride like that. Not fucking doing it.
Right.
I mean, that is.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
These birds got like $1,000 worth of shit, like food and all this bullshit, toys. And then you're going to pack fucking chickens in a thing like that, like 50 of them in a little crate.
Yeah.
So lately, and I usually don't get it this bad, I get like 50 comments today. They can't wait till Thanksgiving. What do I think when I'm eating a chicken McNugget? I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I hope this motherfucker didn't come from that place. And I've really cleaned up my diet. I'm getting into pants I couldn't get into 15 years ago.
Oh, good for you.
It did start with a health problem, which I still have, but I've lost almost 30 pounds.
Wow, good for you, Tom.
Let me give you an example, like how I do this. So I'm going to try and keep this going. So far, so good. No alcohol, cut down on sugar. So I was at that Good Jew Deli the other day, and I thought, boy, a good pastrami sandwich. I mean, a good one. They're about $20, lean pastrami. And, I don't have them too often. You can, as long as you don't eat it all the time. And then I thought, right before I ordered that son of a bitch, I looked up pastrami sandwich. Well, of course, it's processed food. It's high in sodium. The World Health Organization puts that like at number 5 as far as cancer-causing meats.
Really?
Yeah, and the calories are just fucking insane. So I said, fuck that. So like tonight, Marty said, let's get some pasta. It's like, okay. Well, I was thinking I'd get some pesto, some shrimp. That sounds half-assed healthy. Wrong. You get like a decent size order of pesto with shrimp on it.
Uh-huh.
Like 2,100 calories.
Really?
So I said, fuck that. And I went and got Mexican, So, there's a lot of things that I didn't pay good enough attention to.
Right.
And no wonder I was fat.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and lose. I'd like to get down to like 200 and, that'd be good enough.
Yeah.
I can't believe I get into these things. Hey, New Day, how you doing? Oh, she worked at a commercial, had to tour as a Boy Scout, the slaughter of the turkeys. Yeah, unbelievable. Well, I had a good customer. In Michigan, I did, pretty much workers' comp liability. And the clients I had were, places that had injuries. And one of them was a slaughterhouse. And I had read before that if you ever took a tour of a slaughterhouse, you'd probably never eat meat again. At the same time, you know where meat comes from and you like meat. So you're always in this kind of conundrum of what to do. And they asked me one time if I wanted a tour of it, and I turned it down.
Oh, I wouldn't go either.
But the data is out there with regard to a lot of these foods. And, I'm just trying to pay better attention to it because I'm hoping that there could be like a remote link to these problems I've been having in my diet in the meantime.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, New Day's talking about, he went on a tour of a slaughter thing as a young Boy Scout. And when I was a kid, like when we were in middle school, the state police would come in there, you're like, oh, wow, the state police. We had a bunch of fat local cops, and the state police came in. They're always like fit, slim, when they showed up, like you paid attention even as a young kid. And they were telling us about, they were trying to head us off at the pass about drinking and smoking and all that shit and driving, what it does to you. And then they put on these film strips of these. It was film strips, slides too, of these car wrecks of these people all fucked up. You could see them in the car. And I raised my hand and I said, I'm like, 14, 15? I said, could I come down? And they said, if you ever want to come down and see some, more gory pictures, just call us. Well, you're a young kid. It's like, hell yeah. So I called. Come on down Wednesday at noon. The cop goes and they take me back. I'll never forget. It was these big, we sit in like a conference room, big old, like tall, old, like military looking file cabinet. And he proceeded to show me like 200 photos of like kids smashed on their bike, missing their arms and shit. People in head-on wrecks, the steering wheel sticking through the back of their skull.
Oh my God.
And I'm thinking, wow, that sure made an impression on me. And I don't think you could do that now.
Yeah. Oh no.
Another time we had this dam where I live, just like a 5-foot dam, and the water went over. Well, everybody around knew most of the time the water wasn't going over it enough. Even if you took a boat and you went up, the boat sat lower than the thickness of the water going over the falls. So it would stop and you'd scare. We'd take girls down there all the time and cut the motor off and tell them we were committing suicide.
Oh God.
Yeah, and then it'd go and you get closer and you can hear the falls and then it'd just stop. We did that like a million times, shit like that. Well, somehow, some way, these guys were out there fishing one night, get drunk, and they go over the falls, which, you could stand up most places after you did that. All four of them drowned. All four of them drowned. So the next day, there's another smaller dam, like maybe a quarter mile away. The next day, the police are going to go out and try and find their bodies. So this guy knew that that I was planning on being a cop someday. And he called my mom, who was on the council. And they asked me if I wanted to go with them, look for the bodies. Yeah, the cops called my mom and asked me if I wanted to go with them to look for the bodies. We went on this flat bottom boat. They had these big like hooks, like a big tremble hook you'd use for fishing, only like maybe 12 inches tall. And they started throwing them out the side. There was no sonar at a little town like that. And before you know it, we going around and I'm looking, they hooked 2 of them, pulled them inside the boat, stiff as a board. And I don't think they do that with kids now either. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scared me. But it did make you pay attention. Scared me. It was on my mind for a long.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
Oh, that is crazy.
How's your niece doing?
Oh, she's doing okay. There's yeah. Yeah, there's some more trouble I can't really talk about right now. We'll talk later.
All right. And I thought the strike was resolved at Boeing.
No, they voted last Wednesday, and it was 64% or something. So, no, they're still out.
Wow.
Yeah.
They did settle with some of the employees, didn't they?
Well, if they did, it's not my neighbor or my nephew, though. Oh. My neighbor, he works at Boeing too. He works at the one in my town. Yeah, and he's still on strike, just like my nephew is. So maybe they did in other parts. I don't know. But
now, when you worked there, would you just you could see the 747s getting built?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Was it like a lot of restricted area and stuff where you couldn't go down there? Or you could?
God. Yeah, they had restricted areas. Only certain people could go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But isn't that incredible how you can start from scratch?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's amazing. It's kind of exciting too to see it, watch it.
You notice that, when they take off a new model, and they out there, you can tell everybody's really. NASA's like that too with the space program.
Oh yeah.
You've been putting this thing together 5 years. It gave you a job. And now you're watching it blast off into space or fly off to someplace to be an airliner.
Oh yeah, I remember. years ago, my mom, she came home, they were all excited. It was the 747
Yeah, my
was
favorite
new.
air.
Yeah, and it was finally finished, and she brought home. They had given out like little 747 little model planes and stuff, and
Yeah.
it was a big thing at Boeing when that went out.
Oh,
Yeah. Yep.
yeah. I can remember reading articles like 35 years ago where, in the old days, you had to have a 3 or 4 engine jet to cross the Pacific or Atlantic. But
Uh
as
huh.
technology's improved, the reliability of jet engines is so good that
Oh, I know.
they can fly on one engine. The whole formula is if something happened halfway and you lost 50% of your power, could you make it to land? Well, in the old days, they could not, but in
Uh
the new
huh.
days, you can. That's why you'll see all the newer design airplanes are 2 engine, burn a lot less fuel, and the 4 engine jet's done.
Yeah.
Yep. You too, Jennifer. Yeah, it's just that times have changed.
Oh, I know. I know. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I've been really into um, that SpaceX with Elon Musk.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
interesting, isn't it?
oh my God, Tom, unbelievable. And then I saw a video. He's coming out with a phone now, a Tesla phone that's going to be
It's here.
uh, connected to Starlink. You won't need Wi-Fi or any network.
Oh,
Um, you'll be able to charge it solar if you have to. Um, yeah, it just sounds amazing.
I wish
Uh,
there were rumors last week that he was buying YouTube. I wish he would have.
oh God, I wish he would too.
And if he doesn't, I wish he'd build another one just like YouTube and compete with them.
Oh, I know.
That'd be
I
so.
know it.
Yeah,
Wouldn't that be cool?
that'd be great.
Uh, I don't even know who owns YouTube.
Google.
Oh, Google does. Yeah. Well, he bought what? He bought Twitter for what? 69 million?
That was like billion something, wasn't it?
Or was it? I can't remember.
Yeah, crazy. Hey,
Yeah.
Susan.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Susan.
How are you, Steph?
Yeah.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Sorry, I'm trying to get this figured out.
Susan, that was a rumor on Elon Musk buying YouTube.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
that'd be so cool.
I wish he'd just start another one.
No, remove.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Okay. That's a bummer. I looked it
know.
up a few times and I thought, God, it seemed real.
Yeah, no, there's some guy out there that like puts that bullshit up and it looks like legit. That's it, and then it gets going on, the different social media platforms before you know it.
Hmm.
I was hoping it was true.
Yeah, freedom of speech.
Yeah, it'd be great. Less censoring.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. Or like you said, Tom, start another one. We could all move over there.
Sure could. Wish
Oh, I know.
somebody put Facebook out of business too.
Oh, yeah, that Facebook. I know.
I never messed with it.
Yeah.
Really.
Have you ever checked out Rumble? Is that
Who?
Rumble?
Yeah, I've tried them all. They're like either they're geared towards gamers or sports or and their search engines are terrible.
Mhm.
See, the only reason YouTube pulled this off is because they're raking their real money on digital advertising. So if you're just trying to go in as a platform and that's your shtick, you need to pay for it and you need to charge people to be on it. For YouTube, I mean, they got more money than they'll ever know what to do with. And, they gambled and it won. All this YouTube stuff, this is just because they can afford to do it. They get your email. You're getting bombed with ads. They're already quadrillionaires from digital advertising to begin with. So every person that gets on YouTube, you're going to be subject to their ads unless you pay for the $19 a month. But that's $19 they're getting no matter what. They got it figured out. So I really don't know anybody that can compete with them.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're going to need to do something else, which is why you're there. And that's hard to do. And there's more money in other things, I think.
Mhm.
And, you know, they still, I mean, I know they made like, hey, Mark, like 29 billion 2 years ago or so, just on YouTube. They got it made. I mean, they're smart businessmen. I forgot what they paid for YouTube. It seemed insane, but it was just like when eBay bought PayPal. It's the best thing they ever did. And then they ended up selling it. And now eBay's nothing anymore. eBay was great when it first came out. So nothing lasts forever. Hey, Sharon.
Yeah, that's right.
That's exactly the
Stephanie,
truth.
have you go vote yet?
What's that?
I was just asking Stephanie if she voted yet.
Oh, yes, of course, my dear. Yep, I got my ballot in last week.
Good for you. Are
Have you voted, Susan?
Hmm?
Did you get your ballot in?
No, it's really weird because normally I'll vote early, but this time I want to go down and be a part of the lottery of it all.
Oh, you're going to go to the polls?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been through too much, a couple of years of all this. So I want.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you feeling?
I had a Trump flag in my house, and it faces towards one of the main roads that goes out to Death Valley. Passing the house, Trump flag, and lo and behold, he's from Germany, and wanted to know where he could get it, because everybody in Germany loves Trump and all this. So I took it off my house and gave it to him, but I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting to see the turnout.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sharon, how you been doing? Mark, I haven't talked to you in a while. How's your lives going? Pretty good? I was thinking Mark needs to be a shrimp boat captain for Halloween.
Yeah.
Old man in the sea.
Yeah. There you go.
I know you guys, you watch YouTube a lot, and the other channels that you watch, have you noticed any difference, like less views or less action? I mean, do you notice changes in YouTube or not? Like a lot of people complain now about all sorts of things that don't happen like they should. Can't leave comments. Views seem to be down with everybody. I don't really care, but I know channels that are trying to make it have a problem with it. Do you notice that anywhere?
No,
Well,
I noticed the opposite.
Really?
Ah,
Huh. Stephanie,
I
you notice?
I just noticed I can't comment on some people's videos and stuff anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I know if it was Facebook, I know why. But
Huh?
I've never known of YouTube to do that.
Yeah, it's all your shorts. I can't comment on those anymore. I tried to, and it won't let me.
Huh.
All your short videos you do now. Can't comment on them. I can comment on the ones, like I said, when you're the longer ones you do.
Yeah.
I can comment on those, but not your shorts.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, a couple other people complained about that too.
Yep,
If
it's
it's
weird.
like an hour-long video, you can comment on that one though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Strange. Strange.
I know. Strange.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, a salmon fishing boat. Boy, I see old Alaska is really in trouble with their seafood industry and fishing. Even their salmon's 50% down.
Really?
Yeah, hardly any crabs. I mean, and they say at least they don't blame it on overfishing. So who knows what the hell's going on out there? I know with the crabs they blame warmer water. I don't know what it is with the salmon.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was in Hawaii, at the Kona airport, I was waiting for my bags, and I could not believe all of the coolers.
Really?
Oh, at least, yeah. And it was just local people from Hawaii up to Alaska, and they stay up there for a month and fish and bring all the salmon back.
It's so expensive to bring fish back from Alaska. Like the shipping is insane. And you just don't load 10 tons of it on an airliner anymore like the old days.
Mm-hmm.
They charge you over certain pounds. But I know, like, I was up there one time, last time was about 22 years ago, and you get halibut. You think, those things are huge. I mean, it's nothing to catch a 100-pound halibut. They're like 300 pounds, that kind of thing. You thought, oh, wow, I just get a bunch of this halibut and get it processed and frozen and shipped. Yeah, it was about $3 more a pound, fresh in Michigan. So, why?
Strange thing.
Huh. We get a lot of we get a lot of fish from Alaska here in Seattle.
Yeah, I know that. Try and get fresh salmon in a restaurant in Alaska. It's hard. It all goes to Seattle, gets processed and shipped back, frozen. You'd think it'd be all over up there,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have those subsistence deals where if you live there, you can catch as many as you want. But if you're a tourist or something, good luck. Just so much weirdness to that. That's kind of like the Great Lakes are in salmon or perch, yellow perch. Try and get it fresh. It's like almost impossible. You just can't own a restaurant unless it's an Asian restaurant and just go out in the back and catch them and fry them up. There's a process you have to go through. Yeah, I tell you, restaurants are going south big time. Is it like out there where you live, Susan? Restaurants closing?
Well, Vegas, a whole different story. But in my little town, we don't really have that much anyway. It's just always been a running joke that Taco Bell's the best place to eat.
Oh, okay.
So, it's really hard to tell in Vegas.
Yeah, how's the horror house doing?
Oh, I'm sure it's doing just great.
Good. The economy doesn't seem to affect that, does it?
Nope. It does not. Uh-huh.
Now, even because it's legal, I mean, how would the town feel if they caught the mayor coming out of there?
Yeah. Well, back a few years ago, it would have been no big deal. But now that we've had so many people move in from California, it would probably be a big deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean,
Always with them.
yeah. I'd love to see the books on that place, what their numbers are.
Yeah.
You think they're making a lot of money?
I think at times they probably do pretty good. I'm trying to remember. You remember Dennis Hawk? Dead now, but he owned 2 or 3 brothels in Reno.
Yeah.
And then he bought one not far from me, like 20 miles from me in Crystal. And it went up for sale when he died. And I cannot remember. I think it was like $2 million. And it's just some kind of shanty trailers, manufactured homes hooked together,
Yeah.
with, little suites in the back by the pool.
Yeah.
But I don't think that included the license for the brothel. In it, there was a bidding war on it. So I don't know exactly what it's for, but I know that it was like $2 million. It was up for sale. But they're not giving out any more licenses for brothels. 35 in the whole state licenses. So you'll find them in just various counties throughout, from Reno south.
Yeah. And does anybody ever talk about why?
No. Mm-mm. They really need to legalize prostitution, though, I believe, in Las Vegas. To
Yeah,
regulate.
it's weird that they don't. I mean, you can get in a lot of trouble in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was just going to say, people have this misconception that it's legal in Las Vegas, but I've watched a lot of the cops, the Las Vegas cops, and it's not. I mean, you have to go to a brothel where it's legalized. You can't just pick up a hooker on the street. No.
There's
Yeah.
a cop that a retired sheriff from Panama City Beach. He was in that antique thing. I went down there. He's up here doing some work now too at this antique thing, and I see him from time to time. And he was a sheriff down there and patrolled the beach, Panama City Beach. It's party central. You go down there now, and they have those big like 4-wheelers. Only though there's extra seats, like 8 people can be on them. You see people drinking. They're on like a main highway. It's like, man, I wonder if they're just told like, hey, this is our bread and butter. Don't be too strict. And I asked him about that, and he said, absolutely not. We had dedicated and still do crews for DUIs and public intoxication. That is absolutely false.
Right.
Their jails are filled all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how Las Vegas is doing numbers wise lately.
I don't know. I haven't been watching the local news. Usually they announce it, but I haven't been watching the news. So I'm not sure, because that is pretty much the telltale sign of what's going to happen with the economy. When their numbers start going down in Vegas, that something's going to happen.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
It's interesting they've been able to withstand online gambling in every state. Well, not every state, but a lot of the states. I'm sure there are plenty of people that don't go out there anymore because they can go to somewhere a lot closer.
Yeah, with all the Indian casinos they have around here now, there's no reason you have to go to Vegas anymore.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
there kind of is. I mean, if you want to have a better time, it's not going to your local Indian casino is not like going to Vegas.
Well, no, I know what you mean. If you want to do other things, but
if it's just
if
strictly,
you want to,
you're right.
just go play slot machines like me, it makes me happy.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There's a fair amount of people that do offshore betting. I know my neighbor does.
Oh, really?
Whatnot's done offshore, actually, from a guy that lives in Costa Rica. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. I wonder if they ever, have problems getting paid. Probably not. I mean, that seemed like it'd be the kiss of death if that ever got around. But if you were just going to rip everybody off one time at once, that seemed like a pretty good way of doing it.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, look at some of these Bitcoin scams, these similarly cryptocurrencies.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wave, high one week and down to nothing the next. And no FDIC guarantees.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Getting ripped off when I was in Hawaii. My condo got broken into, and they stole both of my purses and the keys to my rental car and stole it too.
Really?
Yeah. And come to find out, it's really becoming a big problem with break-ins and car thefts.
I know
Yeah.
Chicago's always had a nightmare system with that. I mean, just like it was crazy. People would lease cars and then find out how much the insurance was after they signed the lease and wish they hadn't. They really burn you on leasing anything in Chicago. All these extra fees. And you can pretty much guarantee if you leave a car parked out on a street there, even in the nicest neighborhood, that there's a good chance it's going to be broken into and they're looking for just stuff as simple as change. Atlanta's like that too. There's like places, medium-sized concert venues and just places you go see a play, and you can plan on everything being missing out of your car when you get out, despite bright lights and security.
Mm-hmm.
Makes you wonder if they're involved.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you're going to break into cars, you know how long everybody's going to be in there.
Mm-hmm.
How'd that ever work out for you? Did you get stolen ID and all that too?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did they charge things on the cards?
No. No. I canceled them. It was just kind of a pain in the ass.
It is.
Getting out of there. Thank God I had my passport not in my purse somewhere else, or else it probably would have been a hassle trying to come home.
Oh yeah, no ID. Oh my God.
And here's the screwy thing. I called the cops and they come out and do their little report, and I made them fingerprint the sliding door because that's how they got in, was through the sliding door there was 2 sliders and I forgot to lock one of them. So anyway, then they called me a day and a half later and said that they found the car and asked me if I wanted them to break the windows to get in. And I said, no, I don't. And I was getting ready. I was at the airport, matter of fact, getting ready to come home. And I never heard a thing after that, not a thing. And it was Friday that I finally, after 15 days, tracked down where the car was. And it was at a wrecking yard. Alamo rental car. Nobody had a clue where this car was. And I finally tracked it down. And it would have sat there in the wrecking yard or the tow truck yard for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
If I hadn't have followed up on it. Yeah. And
Now, excuse me, Susan, were you responsible for that car then, or?
yeah, I'm going to be. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I sure am. And I just
Yeah.
went on insurance. I didn't take out extra insurance that they offer.
Right.
So
Well, that's because it's so damn expensive.
yeah.
Oh, I know.
I mean, I remember in the old days, you go somewhere, especially a place where they rented a lot, like probably Hawaii, Las Vegas. It'd be $29 a day, like $250 a week. Yeah, now it's like $250 a day, maybe, depending on where you go and what kind of car you get.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, it's expensive doing anything. I'll tell you. When I was in Denver, I got pretty good rates on hotel rooms because I try to use my miles. And,
probably like $150 a night.
Oh, when I was about 10 miles outside of Vail, it was $260 a night.
Yeah, now we're talking. Was that the good rate?
Well, it was just a Quality Inn.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Yeah. $260 a night.
Yeah.
That's how it is. It's crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My God, man. Florida's like that too. Gatlinburg. All these big places. I mean, a regular old run of the mill vacation is what it like used to cost you to take 2 kids to Disney. And you're staying at Quality Inns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yep.
is. And
It's
traveling too. I tell people they're thinking of going out west, and it's like, well, you better call ahead because those old days of just getting tired and pulling over, hell, they were sold out since 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Not like vacancies
Yeah.
like there used to be. You know, everybody knows there's a crazy. I got nailed on that about 4 years ago out in West Yellowstone. You know, it's like you look at West Yellowstone, like if you don't get a hotel there and you get there late, like I did, you're screwed.
Yeah.
And it was like I paid like $340 for like
Oh
Econo Lodge.
my God.
Either that or sleeping in your car. The only reason I didn't do that is because I didn't want to be exhausted the next day when I needed to knock out about 700 miles. You know, you can sleep in your car. It's barely sleep. It's more like waking up every 20 minutes for something. You don't get a good night's sleep sleeping in your car.
No. No, you don't.
You're thinking all the shit you could have bought for $340. And all you did
Oh, I
was
know,
sleep.
Tom. It's ridiculous. I'll probably never be able to take a vacation again till
Yeah, well, feel
till
that.
die, because I mean, who can afford to pay that?
Yeah, it's nuts.
I mean, even here, even to go down to the ocean, which is maybe a couple hour drive for me. You're looking at $200-300 a night at a hotel down at the ocean.
Right.
Yeah, I was getting gas tonight. The one place was so busy, I went across the street. I see an Indian out there sweeping, faded signs, shit all over. But it's like, I know this is going to be more a gallon. And it was like 15 cents, but it wasn't a traffic jam, right? And as I get gas, this cute young girl pulls up, maybe 25. And she's in a brand new Volvo with that like battleship gray, high performance tires. And she couldn't figure out how to she just got it. It's a 2025. She couldn't figure out how to get the damn gas door open. Well, it looked like it probably had a latch somewhere, but it didn't. It's just you had to push it like weird. Like maybe it needed an adjustment because if you didn't get it just right, it wasn't an open. So it finally opened while she was filling up. I said, hey, did you just buy that? She said, yeah, I really did. Just got it, And I said, hey, I'm just curious. You don't have to tell me, but how much was that? She's probably 23, 25, 58,000.
Oh my
You
God.
couldn't fit a large suitcase in the trunk. And it's like
I
a
know.
SUV.
Hmm.
It's like 58,000 for what? So
I know.
They get you for insurance on that.
Oh God, I know, Tom.
It's just
That's-
one.
Is
Nuts.
insurance.
Yeah, insurance. That's right. Look at but look at California. You can't. There's companies saying that they're never going to write there again. They've got a super insurance crisis going on there, and so does Florida. But when you look at Florida, in the old days, they seem to find a way out of it. It's like airplane crashes. They crash an airplane, 300 people die. You think, how in the hell are you going to stay in business? Well, that's London. Nobody takes the full tilt. It's like spread out over 20 insurance companies. And that's how they do it. Nobody's taking the full hit. But you look at Florida, from an insurance standpoint. I mean, if you were an insurance company, it's gotten to the point now where you can't charge enough to make people pay it, even though they need it. Florida's like that now. Would you want to be an insurance company, insuring somebody in Florida, if you knew what you know about this warmer weather and more hurricanes? Hell no.
Oh, I know.
You look at like Asheville, North Carolina, who got under about 10 feet of water. That's unexpected. That's kind of what you expect insurance to be. It's not many claims for 50 years, and then bam, the whole place is under 10 feet of water.
Yep.
Yeah, and then that gets passed on to people like us that live in the old town, and our rates go up like crazy for no reason.
Yeah, even like where you live, you guys seem like you'd be low risk out there.
No, we are. Mm-hmm. We are, but our rate, my homeowners went up. It was like $1,800 a year and have a big house. It's just a 100 square foot house and then a 750 square foot Mercedes. And it's nothing super fancy at all. Just it's basic. It was $1,800 and they raised it to $2,300 a few months ago. We've
Yeah.
never had a claim ever.
Nuts.
We paid
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. I
Hey,
came
Mary,
home luckily.
What up? What up?
out there to get a little exercise?
Oh yeah.
What
Yep,
kind of
take-
temperatures you getting up there?
What temps?
Yeah.
55. It's probably
Oh.
going down now.
All right.
Look at that sunset.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yep, over there it's getting nice and red.
You know, I've noticed in my phone, and you have the same one that I do.
Yeah.
You can take a picture of the moon and a grasshopper on your face and all this cool shit. They look really great, but the sunsets suck.
Yeah, so you gotta
It's
There's-
never as vibrant as it looks. They always look washed out.
yeah, you gotta there's a little trick my daughter actually showed me recently.
Yeah.
Where you can change the light to dark.
Yeah.
You know, if you when you're pointing the camera, then you push your finger on the screen and then the little yellow circle shows up.
Yeah.
And so then there's a little toggle and you just it's in the middle and you can move it to the left for darker and to the right for lighter.
Yeah, I got to do that. I knew there was something on there. I'm just too lazy to do it. But like your sunset now, I'll bet
Yeah.
it looks 10 times better with you looking at it than us looking at it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
Too
here
much-
it looks just like kind of a half-ass faded out pink cloud.
Too much light. If I could darken it up, then you
Yeah.
would see the vibrant reds and purples.
That's what it is. And the
Yeah.
weird thing is, though, when I'm in Hilton Head, the sunrises are great. The
Uh-huh.
sunrises are great, but you try and take a sunset, and it just looks like hey, Chris, the first cell phone ever made. It sucks.
Is it because you're facing the east?
What? The sun coming up? Yeah, yes.
No, I mean for sunsets.
No.
Sunsets at Hilton
No,
Head.
because I can see that I'll be like on the beach, and it isn't a sunset like if you were facing the west.
Yeah,
It looks vibrant and cool, and then it kind of looks like the one you got going now.
yeah. It's a reflection on the clouds that you see facing east. Yeah, I know what you mean. I get that in the bay too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But every other, thing, like you can take a picture of the moon with the phone that looks like NASA did it. But
See
here you-
these?
yeah, but like that's how mine look right there.
See the Shumac? I don't know if you can see it. There.
Yeah.
See the camera adjusted. There's 6 cameras on this phone,
Yeah, I know.
and so it kicks in and for different.
Yeah, I wish it
Automatic.
kicked in for a fucking sunset.
Mm.
Yeah, it's trying to reconcile all the different lights and darks. So what it does is it just sets in the middle and it looks a little washed out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it
I
sucks.
know. Look at my little herd of dogs here, my
Oh.
pack. And my little Teddy. Actually, that's my daughter's dog. She's at work right now.
Where's the wild one?
Right here.
Oh, okay. Was he on a
My
leash?
Ginger.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, no. I let him run.
Oh, okay.
Back here, there's absolutely no other people, no other dogs.
Yeah, that's kind of I'm a big animal lover, right? I like them, but I don't ever complain about it. I would never complain, but I'll tell you, man, I'm just not a fan of looking at a sheet of plywood in Home Depot and having a golden retriever sniffing my nuts. And it isn't,
Some people like it.
no, and it isn't a anxiety, certified anxiety. It's just some fucker that brought his dog in because he could. And Hilton Head's kind of like that too, you'll get the death penalty if like you leave your garage door open all night. I mean, they are so anal about all that shit, which if you're that kind of person, that's why you live there. They're out there policing this stuff all the time, which is good. but it's just like some of the people are on the beach. Now, nobody ever goes to that part of the beach because it's like a gated community and you'd have to walk your ass off to get there. So the people that live there, I mean, they have money and they have friendly, nice designer dogs that look like they get groomed every day. And they're all running wild too. But all these people, I mean, not everybody likes dogs. Some have had a bad experience. When I'm in a home, there's restaurants like that too. I don't think you should be able to bring damn pets in there. Some people are allergic to them. They don't like them. It's not a pet store.
Well, you have to always be able to control your dog. I mean, that's number one. And that's why they make leashes, if you can't control your dog. But some people still, even with their dog on a leash, can't control their dog. The dog's pulling at the leash and overpowering the owner. So it's not a good thing to let your dog just run willy-nilly up to people or other dogs.
I see it there it happens to me down there all the time.
Like
I don't care.
I would never bring my dogs to a dog park. Too wild. Look at that cloud. That's a shelf cloud right there. See how on?
That's cool.
Yeah.
But I just think like dog owners tend to lack basic etiquette often. You know, we know you want to let your dog run wild, but you know, how about the other people there? And after all, your dog isn't supposed to be unleashed. And then you get, you know, the horrific story in different places where a 93-pound pit bull goes and swallows Fifi or tears his head off.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
They're on YouTube. I mean,
or even people or little kids.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
But I just don't get like taking your damn pet everywhere. And they've really shot down a lot of this anxiety bullshit too.
Come, Teddy.
You know, I still think that's sketchy.
What's that?
Take your fucking dog everywhere because you're anxious.
Oh, for emotional support.
I think it's a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you got to be fair to your dog too. You can't leave them in a car. It's better to just leave them home. And, but I do know that when my 15-year-old Chihuahua passed away last year, man, I was heartbroken. So you do get a lot of comfort from having a dog or a pet.
Yeah.
I never would take my dog everywhere I go.
But that's different than getting a doctor to fill out a bunch of bullshit that he has to go everywhere with you.
They're actually cracking down on that now. Now
they
it's
are
not
big time.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And all those people, they just look like, you know, it looks like a crowd at a Jerry Springer show.
Yeah.
They're just all a little off. Like, you know, I was having health problems and I was telling Susan the other day, I was considering, you know, maybe getting acupuncture and, you know, and the more I thought about it, it's just going and, you know, pushing the beads away while I listen to a parakeet chirp with a beard, welcome me and talk about my inflammation. And I said, fuck it, man. And then I went on and even read about it a lot more. And I think that's a bunch of fucking bullshit too. There's no science behind it.
Behind what?
Behind this. I don't think there isn't any science behind it. It's all like folklore, placebo effect. These people that refer to them as doctors that haven't been within 1,000 miles of a legitimate medical school.
Are you talking about like homeopathic practitioners?
Oh, yeah.
What a bunch of bullshit. Everybody, we'd have a third less population if you went to see one of those clowns in an emergency room. I think the fact that chiropractic too. I mean, I guess there's people out there that get relief from them, but I think it's placebo effect.
Well, you know,
it's psychological, I think.
If you want my professional opinion, is that you always got to follow the science on things. So definitely you don't want to just use homeopathic or holistic. I think that you would need a combo to use adjunct to Western medicine.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so you know, there are things that Western med can't provide. So it wouldn't hurt to use other modalities too. But definitely,
No, because it's unregulated.
well, definitely not at the cost of, doing what Western medicine has to offer too. You know what I mean?
But people are alive longer than they've ever been because of Western medicine.
Right. Yep.
So when you're a
Absolutely
layperson,
true.
you're not a doctor. I mean, how do you know what to take? You may be getting like,
Yeah.
St. John levels for a mouse, and the next batch may be for an elephant. Nobody's watching.
St. John. Yeah. St. John's wort.
Yeah.
Yep. Or, getting substances off the internet too
Yeah.
from foreign countries.
Yeah. Yep. Especially like India and China.
Yeah. Russia.
Yeah. Russia too.
Easy.
People, they'd have to be nuts to. I mean, I'd be so afraid to take something
Yeah.
that I got off the internet.
Yeah.
Rightly so.
But
You
I
never
also
know.
understand people not getting relief from Western medicine, getting desperate, and wanting to feel better.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's a certain type personality that, like people tell me, there's a clerk at the gas station. I don't give a fuck. That's the one I smoke food for and everything. Now she likes going to doctors' offices are clean. She's never going to get a COVID shot, but smokes a pack of cigarettes and drinks the scotch a day. Yeah, she's a word. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Sounds like me.
Everybody's got choices, I guess.
Yeah, everybody's got choices.
Yep.
Yep.
So
You
you
sure
just,
do.
who knows what happened? I'm not saying things don't happen from these things. You just never know. But at the time when it was presented, I thought it was the way to go.
Right.
Who knows? I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, there's every single inoculation there's ever been. There's
Right.
people out of 1,000 not coming out of there alive.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, God, one of Marty's relatives, an aunt, she's been in and out, has a defibrillator, and it's like just had a problem. Now she just got news this week. She's 57. She's getting a new heart. I think if you told me that, I'd blow my brains out.
57.
I don't know how much you know about organ transplant, but you just don't get a new heart and start winning local jogging competitions the next day. It's a slew of anti-rejection medications.
Yep.
I don't
Yep.
do it.
They're just trying to stay alive at that point.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Yeah.
how's everything going with your health right now? I mean,
It's still iffy. I got an appointment tomorrow. I'm better.
mhm.
But, when I have those deals like I had last time, that's like the worst. I've had like 3 of those in a year.
Yeah.
And nobody, they can't really quite figure out. I do. They say I have gastritis, which maybe I do, but it isn't because of why they think. And anything they've given me hasn't done a damn thing. I don't have it because of acid, which is, you get these PPIs and they don't do fucking jack shit. They never did. So I have something going on up there and I never really feel quite right. So I don't know. I'm going to give it a whirl. I'm going to make them go through now I'm finding out as the more I read, like I got a CAT scan the other day, but when you're getting in there, they're looking for something like super significant that shows up to a non-specialist ER guy. But now I guess I'm going to get a scan for my pancreas and my gallbladder, and then at next endocrinologist and hormone stuff. Hormones, there's a lot of things that can happen with those, but something's not right.
Yeah. Yep. You got to look at the function of your organs too.
Yeah.
That's why they do like IV contrast and
I did that. I had the CT scan was with contrast. And look, when I went there, I knew that it wasn't an emergency, but it was heading that way. And I wasn't going to wait another week under those conditions. So I thought, fuck it. I dotted the I and crossed the T's as good as I could. I wouldn't doubt that Medicare denies the bill because it's not an emergency. And I already know their batting average. If you don't get admitted with Medicare for at least 2 days, good luck getting them to pay it. So I'll probably be lumped into all the people that, have tried to like Medicaid where they use it as their primary care physician. I wasn't doing that. So second time in my life, first time with stitches I've ever been in an emergency room. But you don't get anybody to tell that to when the claim's submitted. All as they know that I've been 65 for 3 years and this is the first time. Let's show this fucker right out of the bat. This isn't where you go for a non-emergency. Well, you know, I didn't want to go, believe me, but I knew that I didn't want to spend another week like that.
Right.
And
Right.
he originally thought kidney stone. I do have here's another thing too. I do have a kidney stone up high in one of my kidneys, but they claim that that's, you don't get pain until it starts to go down through the channels and you try to pass it. Well, there's things as referred pain. Like I've got like a lower groin pain I've had for a long time. I've had a bunch of scans there, nothing. I mean, I could have a pain in my groin from something on the other side of my body. Hell, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I am one of these people that's a little different, and this kidney stone is causing me pain. Just because it hasn't caused pain for another 2 million people. I mean, there's probably 200 of us out there that it does. I know I got like pain sensitivity, so you just don't know. But, you know, I lost this weight because of just being afraid to eat more and more and more things. You know, red meat,
Yeah.
alcohol, sugar, caffeine, all that. I cut back on that. Fuck, man, I used to get like the extra shot and the triple latte. Not anymore, man. You know, I got a fucking teaspoon of coffee and the most weakest bullshit coffee. I'd get murdered if I tried to serve that to a truck driver. But, you know, I like the taste of it. I'm used to coffee, but the acid, it's bullshit. They don't do anything for me. Nexium, PPIs, Omeprazole, or whatever they call it. He brings that up tomorrow and I'm shoving it up his fucking ass.
How much weight have you lost?
Almost 30 pounds.
Holy moly.
I get into pants that I couldn't get into 15 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. Now I'm not wearing a belt, but I'm in them. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't really give a fuck about that. I if I could flick a switch and be back to being overweight and happy and feeling better, I'd switch it in a minute.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass trying to eat healthier. Like yesterday, I skipped, 2 days ago, I skipped a pastrami sandwich, which I used to eat. Tonight, I didn't eat pesto because I looked up the caloric content. So I'm kind of on this thing. I don't want my, 5 years ago, I don't even like oatmeal that much, but I know it's got fiber and all that bullshit. 5 years ago, if you'd have suggested oatmeal without sugar, it's like, fuck that. I barely eat it anyway. Well, now I'm looking at that because it'd be so much better without it, I knew all these things. And I've always been to skim milk when I get something. So fuck, I don't know. All I know is that nothing that I've done has helped. And nothing they've done has really helped. And when I got better, it wasn't because anything they did. It just kind of like subsided. Sucks getting old. You're right, Callie. Yeah, pain, I'll tell you another thing. Ted, my buddy, says pain causes immediate weakness. You'll start limping. You'll start doing atrophy. When you have chronic pain, you quit using those things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Guarding.
That poor fucker's getting a carotid stent tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this is the biggest health nut in the world. Mary's met him before.
Yeah. Nice guy. Nice. He and his wife, Patty. Real nice people.
He tells me, what he's going to, and he's like the most positive gun-ho guy. I did ask him the other day, though. It's like, hey, honestly, I don't want to say embarrassed, but I can't think of a better word to ask the question, do you feel a little different, how your patients are going to take this home? He said, hell yeah, I do. It's like he's telling them what to eat, and then he's going home and eating it. It had nothing to do with it, his diet. This was a purely genetic aberration.
Right. Yep.
But, patients, it's like, and he just sees, I'm sure, a couple hundred slobs, 150 pounds overweight. They smoke, they drink, they lie. They don't do anything he says. And none of them have had double bypass operations. It's frustrating. But that's an example of, and there are plenty of them. Life's not fair.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. You just gotta eat what foods make you feel good, and
I'll tell
try
you
to
what makes
have
me
a
feel good, alcohol, but I don't drink it anymore. And if you look at alcohol in general, I mean, I've read all these bullshit studies. You have you're hard pressed to come up with a logical defense of why you think you should drink it. It's terrible for sleep. It's empty calories. It's hell on the glycemic index. Affects your REM. It's loaded with
yeah,
sugar. I mean, I like doing it too, but it's like if you look, if things keep trending the way they do, the poor are just going to be all weigh 500 pounds because it's just so expensive to eat non-garbage. I see I notice what's in their baskets when they're checking out at Walmart. And it's like, God, man, it's all affordable stuff. Now they may have been eating it anyway, but man, the poor, it's like they're just getting it from every direction. You see
yep,
what kids do. Just sit out. I tell people all the time, just sit out in front of a Cracker Barrel on a Sunday for a half hour. They're on walkers and canes and look 20 years older than they are. They just ate their 3,500 calorie breakfast and light up a cigarette on the way out of the parking lot. And, at a doctor's office the whole time. Sugar's high. I say just line up the cards as good as you can and hope for the best. What are you going to do? That's what I try to do. Hey, Will, how you doing? If I can, I mean, I thought I ate pretty healthy my life, but
oh,
I don't think that has anything to do with this, really. But I don't know. Who knows?
I know. When do you go in?
I go in tomorrow, but this isn't like I've been to these appointments before. I'd feel a lot better about it if it was a pancreas gallbladder scan, but it's the same guy who I like, but I'm not getting any better. He's an internal medicine guy. He was a Navy SEAL
yeah.
and had to retire because he got Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Oh, I know. I
Nice
mean,
guy.
I've had so many tests, and I mean, yeah, and the doctors still can't figure everything wrong. It's just you get tired of it.
Have you made any headway with this neuropathy?
No, they still can't figure out why I have neuropathy, Tom.
Huh.
I'm supposed to make that appointment where they put these frickin' electrodes in my feet or something, and then I still got too much protein in my blood, and they don't know why that is. And I'm just, you know what, Tom? I'm just taking a break from doctors right now.
I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, you know.
And why can't a bowl of oatmeal be as good as a nice margarita?
Yeah, I know it, Tom.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work that way. It all seems like a big trick.
Oh yeah. I mean, you know what? For my anxiety, you know what I do, Tom? I'm not supposed to. I have a cigarette and a cup of coffee.
That's my girl.
There you go. That's my anxiety medicine right there.
Yeah. Seems like everybody I know that has anxiety gets Xanax.
Yep. I did that route for years. Yeah, I told you that.
Yeah. And would you be afraid to take one now?
Yeah, because I don't want that doped up feeling. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need it. But like I said, give me something for pain and I'll pop that. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as far as a doped up feeling, I mean, I think that's what's happening with all these marijuana facilities. I mean, I'm not against marijuana, but it seems to, in general, take the motivation away from people, unrelated to a pain issue.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, the long-term studies on that, there aren't any.
Oh, yeah.
Ted says, and I kind of think this too, is it really does things to your memory.
Oh, yeah, I believe that. Have you ever known any old stoners? I have. Shit.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not all there.
At night. I take a little piece of an edible at night just for appetite because I have a problem with eating.
Yeah, that'll take care of that.
And I just can't stand it though. I hate the way it makes me feel.
Me too. I
Yeah.
tried those for sleep, because it's legal here too. So my niece told me to take those to help me sleep. And oh my God, that zoned out. I just sat here staring at the TV. It was horrible.
I've taken probably 30 of them.
Eating it.
Oh yeah, I've taken probably more.
Everything bad for
I think it did help my sleep. I ran out of them. Not going to replace them.
No.
When I wake up, I don't. After taking one of those at night, like I don't feel like doing anything. It's the same thing with ZzzQuil. I mean, what good's going to sleep if you get up and you're not asleep, but it's like you were. You don't do shit.
I might try that. Tom, I've been up since 1:30 this morning.
No, take some ZzzQuil. Don't get the off brand either. Just pay the another $2 and get the brand. Shit, you'll be sleeping like a baby. The only thing about this, and I've had me and other people I know, there's some pretty good studies on a relationship with that and long-term use for dementia. And it's got a long half-life. So that's another medication that you're dragging ass for 4 hours after you get up.
Huh.
Yeah.
What is it, Stephanie? I don't sleep either. Is it a woman thing? Is it a menopause thing? It is
a menopause thing, but I'm assuming you're beyond that.
Guys, to me, I think I don't know, but it's frustrating.
Yeah,
I
I don't know, Susan. Just lately, my sleep's been all screwed up. Like I went to bed at 9:30. I woke up at 1:30. I couldn't go back to sleep, so I got up. And now I'm finally feeling tired. I thought, you know what? I am going to stay up all morning, all day, and see if I'm so tired this evening that I just crash. But I don't know. I think it's also if I have a lot on my mind, I have trouble shutting my brain down.
yeah.
And then I wake up several times because I have to pee, because I'm drinking so much water now. And so that doesn't help, So I don't know lately why, but I don't require as much sleep as I used to anymore. I mean, 5 hours is plenty for me.
That's not enough.
I'd rarely sleep 8 or 9 hours. I don't remember the last time I did that.
No way. I'm
Yeah.
5,
I got to get 8.
and it's very split up.
Yeah, that's how mine is too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now if I fell asleep now, then it would happen again. I'd wake up, 9, 10 o'clock, and I wouldn't be tired, and then I'd be up all night again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's screwy lately, and I can't figure out why. I don't know.
I brought it up before, but did you say you did try trazodone?
No, I did get Zoloft from the doctor, but
It's going to make you sleep.
I think that's what might be screwing up my sleep, Tom.
It could be. What do you take? Are you taking the time release, the extended version, or what? That's a big thing to know.
I don't know. But I quit taking it the last couple days because I want to see if that's the shit that's screwing my sleep up.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
well, I'm just probably not even going to take it. I don't need it. What the hell?
I think I wonder why he gave you Zoloft. I mean, that's kind of a
Oh, I
weird.
gotta find another new doctor. I did not like him at all, Tom. He was a younger doctor, and these young doctors, I'm sorry, but they treat us old people like it doesn't matter. And I didn't like his attitude or anything. So I gotta find another one now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agree with
Yeah, but you can't. Mary, how's your sleep?
Pretty good.
Good.
Pretty good.
Now, I'll tell you one thing, and this may be something I notice, like if I do something during the day, like physical stuff, that helps a lot. And like Mary works all day, but you don't, Susan, and neither do you, Stephanie. Do you think you're just not active enough?
Yes, I
Yes.
truly, for me.
But you walk, don't you, Susan?
Yeah, I walk, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. Like when I'm on vacation, I'm super busy, running all the time, and I sleep good. But when I get home, I'm sure there's a lot of stresses that I have, and
Yeah.
I get home, but I don't, just that 45-minute walk in the morning,
Yeah.
I don't think it's good enough.
No, now is that at a good clip?
No, it's just flat road. Yeah, I walk fast.
Are you trying to like rate up a fast, brisk walk?
Yeah, I do that.
Huh.
So I don't know.
I got
think
a good
stress
guess, girls.
do with it though.
I got a good guess why you're not sleeping. I can take care of that.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
I don't go.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean, it's interesting, but like I said earlier, the connection in hormones with sleep, and it just
Well,
makes.
yeah, but when does that end? When is that over? Is the thing. I've been saying this for a few years. And is it a lifetime of being a woman?
No.
I don't think so.
But I mean, postmenopausal, Mary, do you know anything about that?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, hormonal fluctuations and all of that. It's not my forte,
I
but
mean,
yeah.
how long after menopause should that not be affecting you?
It can last for quite a few years, actually.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. And so some people, when they first get into that period where they don't have the hormone that they've had their whole adult life, that's when they have a lot of mood swings and hot flashes and tiredness and depression and weight gain and things like that.
Yeah.
So then they can get hormone replacement from their docs, but only for a short time because actually it's
Cancer causing.
yeah. It sets people up to develop cancers that are triggered by hormones or fed by hormones, for lack of a better word. But yeah, just to help people over that hump.
My doctor said that my testosterone levels are really high. And I
Okay.
thought to myself, shit, no shit, I've been saving it for the last 11 years.
well,
I don't get that. Like, I mean, I don't care if they're high or not. I said, well, I mean, I don't think that's the issue. But when you look at it, when connected to like other activities, you just wonder the combination of this and how it affects other things. I mean, you wouldn't think high testosterone would wreck your sleep, but you'd think he'd know about this. I just think there's just, who knows, but it's not uncommon for older people to have sleep issues. I went through years with like hardly sleeping at all.
Yeah.
Just couldn't sleep for shit.
Yeah. For some reason, sleep requirements lessen when people are older. They wake up super early and there's
That's me.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Stephanie, do you think you're on a regular schedule? I know hormones play a huge role in that.
Sleeping?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's all messed up.
But I mean before that.
Oh, before that. No, before, yeah, I go to bed, around 11, get up at 5 every day.
And that was pretty consistent?
Yeah, it's just been the last maybe week that my sleep has been all messed up. That's why I quit taking that Zoloft, because I think maybe that's screwing me up.
Yeah, Zoloft's just such an old medication.
Oh yeah, that doctor I went to, what a joke. So I'm not even going to take it anymore.
Yeah,
Well,
the highest efficacy.
I don't even think I need it, Tom. Because no, I don't even think I need it.
Michelle, did you get that straight jacket off?
It never comes off, okay?
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
Michelle, listen up now.
Hey,
Pay
Michelle.
attention. I know at your age this doesn't.
Listen, hold on. I just watched a movie about a guy who had mental health issues all of his life. And then come to find out this guy was like reliving past lives all the time. And like, it was a cool movie. I got to get the name of it. It was kind of cool. It was like an action movie.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a common complaint by people.
What's that?
Older women, older men too. I had a problem with it for a long time. You can't sleep.
Oh,
Yeah.
sleeping problems. Yeah.
I'll tell you how frustrated that I have gotten. I didn't smoke for 5 years, and I started smoking, and it started in the middle of the night when I couldn't sleep. I was so frustrated that I smoked a cigarette.
I get this, man. I get this.
And
Just
then,
make
of course,
sure you
you have
lie to your doctor about it.
The best sleep that I ever got, I always had sleep issues my whole life, and it was a medication that they prescribed me, and it worked.
Thorazine.
No, it wasn't Thorazine. It was I forgot which one it was, but it was an antidepressant, but like it helped me actually stay asleep for a normal period of time, because I even tried, people were like, try exercise, right? Get more. I'm like, if I get any more exercise during the day, like it just wasn't making sense, because I would wake up like in the middle of the night and I couldn't go to, it would be hard for me to go back to
That
sleep.
sucks, man.
It does. It's frustrating. Like I understand.
sounds like
the frustration.
Trazodone.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's cheap too. You can get that's a nice Trazodone is prescribed regularly
Yeah.
off-label for sleep, even though it's an antidepressant. Have you tried that, Susan?
Tom, I did get some Trazodone because I remember on one of your lives you were talking about it. And I haven't taken it, and I don't know why. I kind of forgot about it.
Take it tonight.
I'll
right,
take
you
a
guys-
look. Does it like interact with, what is it?
It's an antidepressant, but it's used off-label for sleep.
What if
Is
you're
that the
already
side
taking
effect?
antidepressant though?
What's that?
What if I'm already on an antidepressant, a small dose?
I mean, I'd check. I would check, but I'd say just check. I don't know.
A lot
Yeah.
of antidepressants you can take two different, like,
Different
depending on which
types.
ones they are.
Mhm.
But you ask
She
your
might not be
doctor.
manic depressive, just depressed.
So
Yeah,
I'm going to sign off real quick. I don't know if you can see it's awful dark here, but after our walk, we go over to this spot where there's deer herd.
Oh,
And so
Oh.
we come over here in the evening, and then the dogs look out the windows and they pretend that, they're hunting or something. I don't know.
Aw.
But yeah, sometimes coyotes come out too. And it's kind of
Aw.
fun. And so and then I watch the rest of the sunset and everything. So I'm gonna sign off real quick, and when I get back home, I'll see if you guys are still here.
All right.
All right.
All
Okay.
Have fun.
right. Thank you.
I
See?
tried to swallow one of those babies tonight.
I think I'm going to out of desperation. I mean, it can't kill me.
No, it's a nothing, man. I mean, there are hardly any side effects.
I know somebody who took. Have you ever tried Tylenol PM? It worked for them, but I mean, it's over the counter.
I've tried those.
Oh, have you? Okay.
You know what it does to me? Is gives me restless leg syndrome.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's really weird.
What does?
The Tylenol PM and
Oh, wow.
what's the other natural one?
Melatonin.
Yes,
St. John's.
melatonin's really bad for me.
have you ever tried
Benadryl. I
Benadryl?
think Benadryl is bullshit.
No, I haven't. That's a good idea.
Yeah, Benadryl.
What'd she tell you to do?
Benadryl.
Yeah,
It
but
can't hurt
Benadryl's
you.
got
I mean,
a
it
long
won't,
half-life.
like-
You'll be groggy tomorrow morning.
I don't think it would like hurt,
Yeah.
with any interactions with anything.
I think it's fair to say too that as long as Michelle is doling out medical advice, she's still getting jackhammered at night.
Well, that could be the best. That could be the best sleep aid. Okay.
Oh, God.
No, but I understand sleeping. I've had sleeping issues most of my life.
Yeah, Stephanie, back in your active sexual days, you didn't have any problems sleeping.
Yeah, but I was working too, Tom. So,
Sorry.
I was tired.
Oh, that's true.
Working 2 and 3 jobs. So you hush up.
Yeah.
No bullshit. I want a straight answer over this. My doctor will ask me if I'm sexually active. And I tell him, are you counting jacking off?
What did he say? Did you really
say?
say that to him?
You know what he does? Weird. He's done this twice. He changes the subject.
You said it?
Yeah, I do say it.
Well,
And I want to
how come
ask
he
you
couldn't
this.
give you a straight answer then? Like, yes or no? Like, I don't know.
Well, he doesn't though. He just goes on like it's so fucking stupid.
Oh, God.
Get other patients to see. But I want to ask you guys, is that sex?
I don't know.
It's a good question.
Is it?
Yeah.
Not
It's
sure
a
what the
form of sex,
sex
I
is.
guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and it's weird. I've asked other people this and nobody knows.
I guess it's how you define sex to yourself, I guess.
I think it's sex.
Yeah, I think it is too when you think about it because you're using your sexual organ. I don't know. I don't know,
Am I ever?
Tom.
The next time I
Am
have
I
a
ever?
doctor,
I'm
the next
using my
time-
right hand.
Yeah.
the next time a doctor asks me if I'm sexually active, I'm going to ask them,
If it counts
what's the
masturbation.
reason for wanting to know? Like, what's the medical reason for wanting to know if I'm sexually
No.
active?
No, don't say that, man. You've got a special gift.
Of pissing people off?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah,
gifted?
Michelle.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Appointment and they're scheduled till 2029.
They're gonna be like,
Oh,
here's
no.
some. Well, I mean, like, what's the basis for you wanting to know if I'm sexually active or not?
Well, I mean, the basis, they can come back and they can say, well, they just want to make sure you don't have, raging fucking gonorrhea or some shit. That's what
Well,
they get around
Then
it.
I'll answer them. Then I'll be like, all right, well, then test me for it. I don't know.
I haven't had a doctor ask me that in years.
Yeah, that must have been your gynecologist. I mean, why would you ask that question? He's probably saying to himself, but keeping his medical ethics professional. He's thinking, this fucking thing hasn't been used in 2 decades.
Yeah,
Go see a urologist.
God. I'm a born again virgin at this point. Jesus.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh my God.
That's when you say, what sucks? When the doctor asks you, what's sexually
Yeah.
active? Oh, I don't know. What does that
Sex.
mean?
And people lie to their damn doctors all the time, especially young
Oh,
girls.
yeah.
They'll come in there 17 with a stomach ache. I don't give a fuck what you tell him. You're getting checked to see if you're pregnant or not. They've been sued too many times.
But with women, Tom, they always want to do that. Like if you don't feel good, it doesn't matter how old you are. That's the first thing they ask you. Are you pregnant, or do you think you're pregnant?
Yeah,
It's the first
lie.
thing.
Yeah.
People lie about
When
that.
you're younger, yeah, they ask you that. You know, if a doctor asked me that, you know what I'd say? Well, you know, doctor, a man has not touched his body in 15 years. I remember my aunt Rita when she was a teen when I was oh gosh, maybe my early 20s. I remember we were down visiting her, and her and my mom were talking, and she said, "You know, a man has not touched my body since I was 50 years old." It always stuck with me because she was married to my Uncle Bill.
Oh, my
I remember looking at my sister going, "Oh my God. Oh shit." Oh man.
I lied to
Oh
my
God.
about since I started smoking here about a month ago. I lied to him. I don't tell him anything because I truly believe that they treat you different and they have a tendency not to focus on what my problems are. They have a tendency to blame on smoking.
Right.
Need to know.
No,
Well, I
they
think
don't.
it just offers
They
so
don't.
much of a pleasure for people. And then when you're not getting any pleasure anywhere,
Well,
how
just
does
like
it work?
when you go to the doctors and they might ask you what your religion is. I mean,
Mhm.
do they need to know that? No, they don't need to
I
know
never had
that.
them ask that though. What do they give a fuck
Really?
about that? Mm-mm.
They do it. They have. I've been asked.
No, I bet you gave them the third degree over that one.
Or I have seen it on
But that could be in case you fucking code out in the office. They don't want to
Yeah,
send you a fucking synagogue if you're Catholic.
that's what I was thinking. I'd say, what, am I gonna die? Why do you need my religion?
yeah.
Yeah,
On my deathbed?
yeah.
Well, the thing is you go to a doctor. You just want to get if you're not feeling good, you just want to get diagnosed. You don't want to go through the whole laundry list of everything you've ever done in your life and this and that.
Yeah.
I mean, you go there. You want some kind of answers, relief. I don't know, and
Mhm.
that's that.
I mean, I like this guy, but I've come close to really telling a doctor my blowing up on him. I never did, but I'm getting. You better read this chart before I come in here. Keep asking me this stupid shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They do read
Mhm.
your chart. That's the thing. They have
But I mean,
all.
they better read it better because you're asking me stuff that we've talked about before again. And I'm
Yeah.
in a pissed off
I-
fucking mood. I'm not
Tom,
getting any better, and you're not fucking paying attention.
And you're
Yeah.
paying them. I mean,
Yeah.
you pay them for a service. It's like any
Right.
kind of, it's like somebody paying, I'm at work and I'm getting paid to do something and I'm not doing it. You're going to get pissed off eventually. That's just how it works. Because
Yeah.
you're going to be like, wait a minute, aren't you here to do a job? I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'm folding laundry, by the way.
Yeah. Hey Tom, did you ever take a SIBO test?
SIBO, what's that check?
Where you breathe into the tubes to see if
N-
you've got bacteria.
No, now is that along the lines of H. pylori?
Well, I mean, they do check for that as well, but they
No, I
check.
never had. I didn't do that one.
Yeah.
I might
I
mention
did.
that. What's that supposed to find?
Just different types of bacterias and such. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, what's the name of
Kind
it?
of in the
How do you
neck.
pronounce it? How do you pronounce it?
It's a small intestine bacteria overload test.
But what's the name of the test?
See, it's just SIBO test.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'll look into that. Thank you.
I thought you said at one time that you were something about a test that you
Go
kind
into
of
a thing at a gastroenterologist, but I didn't have H. pylori, and whatever they were looking for there, I didn't
Right.
have that either.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll check that out though. Thanks. I'm up into all suggestions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
It sucks. Hey, Susan, now, have you ever tried Remeron?
Yeah, I have.
No.
That works good too. Except that's another one with a long half-life. You're lethargic. You're tired all the time. Or at least for 4 hours after you get up. I mean, what the hell good is that? And the whole idea is feeling motivated, doing shit, and getting
Yeah.
something done. And when you're not getting anything done, that just like complicates it. They're like me. I tell these fucking doctors, man, I got a brand new house. I'm on a mattress on the floor and everything's in boxes after 8 months. That's fucked up. You know, you don't need to be a damn doctor to understand this. And like,
Right.
don't you think I know this? And then you look, it's like, well, all your labs are good. It's like, well, I've been down, I've taken every damn antidepressant they ever made. So I don't think it's that. I mean, my fucking depression's depressed. You know, you're just trying your ass off to like, I don't know what I got. You know what really sucks? My mom was kind of like this. It's not hypochondria because they're like every ache, you're dying. I checked on the damn thing twice. I knew, do you wish you wouldn't wake up some days? Like, fucking A. And then they started going down. It's like, hey, fuckers, I got a like 2-inch thick fucking folder. Psychiatric hospitals and everything. I know all about this. This isn't that. The center of my stomach doesn't feel like it's on fire because
Yeah.
I'm depressed. You know, it's some damn bullshit in there. I don't know what it is.
Mhm.
I really don't. And it's like I think, you know what? I think it's all upper GI, which is why that test interests me. It's not lower GI.
Mhm.
Not.
Have you gotten a scope yet?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Upper to upper,
Yeah,
lower.
Okay.
That's how I know I got gastritis. I thought when they told me that, good, finally you found something. But I can guarantee you this: I don't have gastritis because of how they've treated me. It has nothing to do with acid. I could drink a gallon of orange juice, coffee, every other fucking thing that's supposed to affect it, and it won't buy. I didn't know that then, which is why I quit drinking alcohol. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm getting scanned. I hope gallbladder and pancreas, because as it turns out, like even though I got a CAT scan with contrast, that's not definitive enough. You know, minus a tennis ball size thing where they refer you to an oncologist, it'll look half-assed normal. But to really get in and look for like chemical imbalances or small blockages, you need to have those two organs scanned independently. It's like for a while they were selling people on full body scans. They're a waste of money. They're not definitive enough. You could have cancer all over and your full body scan would look great. You got to look for it.
Right.
You know, and if you went through and did every scan properly to rule out everything, it'd be 80 grand, and nobody's going to do that. So weird.
Yeah, I truly believe my inflammation is coming from my pancreas.
You know your body the boss. That's what I
Hmm.
always tell people. Like you
ever
could
had
probably
pancreatitis?
diagnose yourself. I mean, like you can go and you can tell a doctor something, but like if your doctor doesn't tell you, like, you know your body the best and send you for those tests that you think's wrong with you, then you need a new doctor, you know?
Yeah,
Like if
that's-
you go
that's
like if you go in and you're complaining about you know, you're getting a lot of headaches or whatever, and your doctor just blows you off all the time instead of sending you, okay, well, you know, let's send you for this blood test or this scan or whatever, to rule stuff out. If they're not doing that when you're going to the doctor, then you, you
Yeah.
know,
Susan, did you ever have pancreatitis?
Yes.
Very often?
Well, these attacks that I get, I was always assuming that it was my pancreas. But here's the kicker: is my my levels, lipase levels, are really good. When I had my pancreas attack, your levels are supposed to be like under 100. Mine were like 5,000 when I had my main attack.
Oh,
And
wow.
now they're running really low, like 18, 20. And so they said, no, it's not your pancreas attacks that you're having. But I don't give a shit what they say. I truly believe that it's coming from my pancreas.
Yeah.
Just because they just depend on them lipase levels.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
know what you mean. Like me,
Yeah.
since I've had this for like 2 years, all my labs come back great.
Doesn't
Yeah.
it piss you off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I thought when they said gastritis, that makes sense. It kind of does kind of hurt up there. I'll quit doing this, take this pill. Didn't do shit. I'll tell you what really sent me over the roof on 2 of those attacks, though, was fucking ibuprofen. And that was with water and a bunch of foods. I'll never take one of those things again, even though they work. Yeah, I lost
Yep.
30 pounds. Yeah.
That's a
You know,
big thing.
that's enough of a red alert right there.
Mhm.
Losing 30 pounds in a year.
It's a big deal. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm glad I did. I
Yeah.
saw the damn abs in the mirror the other day. Couldn't believe it. I don't have that big red ring around my belly when I take my pants off.
It's all shaved.
go.
Yeah, yeah.
You should go and work out, Tom. You should go get a
I would
6-pack.
like to work out. I want to do it, but I'm telling you, man, that's the last thing on my mind when you're not feeling good working out. I worked out my whole life. I mean, the way I feel, I got an idea. Like, my working out, I'm gonna have to like ease into a Richard Simmons trampoline. You just don't feel like doing this shit you did when you were
Yeah.
younger.
No.
You find excuses for it. I'm afraid if I work out, I'm not going to be able to lift the fork to my mouth. I mean, I only got so much energy in a day.
Oh, Tom,
You know what I
you
mean?
got this. Knock it off.
And then
Stop
I've got
acting like
20
you're-
minutes reserved for jacking off every night. I don't want that to affect that.
You're not 90, okay?
No, I know, but I feel 90 sometimes.
Well,
If
if you got that blood moving around, you know what I mean? Once the blood
Yeah.
starts circulating around, you feel better,
Yeah. It does circulate, like I don't know what it is, man. I really don't. I was blaming it on the hot weather, allergies, but I think like if everything's working great, allergies are bothering you too, but they're not bothering you like they are when you're sick.
Well,
All that shit adds up.
Compounds.
Yeah, compounds. I mean, you got allergies, you got a toothache,
Tom,
fucking
Benadryl, and I want you to at least walk or do moderate exercise for 20 minutes a day.
No, that's what he said. Here's the problem with that. Like I did, like I can go out, like I know I could go out and walk 5 miles or something, no problem right now. But instead of it just being like getting better and moving faster, you never know when like you'll have 20 days of walking 5 miles, no problem. Great. This is great. And then one day you feel like you've been fucked by an elephant. And you try to walk that 5 miles and it feel like saving Private Ryan.
Well, Tom, how about this?
For no reason.
I'll just piss you off,
Yeah.
and then you can run after me with a knife or something, okay?
Yeah. You live closer. Believe me, I'd take you up on it. It'd be great. I'd probably lose another 30. No, it really makes you wonder though, like it's folding laundry. It make you wonder like what causes this, And I'm like just limp dicked about tomorrow. because of I've been through this shit. Where's that dog at, Marty? Daisy's barking. Is she outside or something?
She's behind you unless you let her out.
I didn't let her out. She's in Kelly's room barking. Is there something in there?
No, she goes in there and does it sometimes.
Oh, okay. Daisy's losing it too. She's barking in a room where she can't see out the window. Spirits. Yeah, I don't know. Just keep going back to the drawing board, but you get sick of it after a while. You know, remember when you were 30 and you went to the doctor and they gave you whatever and you felt great the next day? Yeah, those days are over.
Over.
Yeah. Like the the stuff you were going through, Susan.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I find out where the address is to the hospital anytime I go somewhere. Keep it in my purse. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Who knows, man? Getting old sucks. But you don't need to be old. I mean, at least I didn't get robbed out of my young life with this kind of bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Just makes me really thankful for the travels and things I did when I was younger that I kind of half-ass felt guilty doing at that time.
Yeah.
And now I'm so thankful because
me too.
there's
I've been everywhere. Me too.
I could now.
I don't have anything left on my bucket list.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Like I say, I learned this too in life, that it's great having great memories, but they're nothing like knowing some of that good shit's coming down in the future.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like throwing in the towel quite yet. And I'd like to be knowing that there's some excitement down the road some kind of way, rather than relying on good memories, which are great, but they're like 5% of what they were when you experienced them.
Yeah.
And of course it's, way better than a bad memory. I stamped those out pretty good. But the good memories, like I've been everywhere in Alaska, it was great, yeah. But that was a long time ago. And it's like, there's like a flicker and a flame of a good memory.
Yeah.
It isn't like, I'm not, not being able to fall asleep because of a 25-year ago trip to Alaska. You know what I mean? Yes. And that's how I find that's the big thing with getting older, I find, you know what I mean? Now, I never really had an interest in traveling internationally. I mean, I've always been a big photo collector and read like crazy. And honestly, there isn't any those places that interest me. Europe, doesn't interest me, even though I'm half Scottish and Irish. Africa, fuck that. Maybe Iceland. But these other places like Brazil, nah. I don't want to go to, it doesn't like I see it, I read about it. It's like, I'd rather just go down to Tunica, Mississippi and sit by the Mississippi and read books rather than go through all this bullshit and not get the fucking Zika virus and my flight canceled. Yeah. I mean, I dated myself. The last 2 times I flew somewhere, I used to love flying on airplanes. Last 2 times I flew someplace, by the time I fucking went through my baggage, I didn't have anything left.
Yeah.
Really? I don't take a carry-on. What am I going to take? A pair of cotton gloves? You can't have a razor, fucking fingernail clippers. They act like you're bringing a fucking samurai sword on.
Well, it used to be if you went through pre-check, it was a lot faster and you didn't have to take your shoes off and all this stuff. But now everybody goes through pre-check.
Yeah.
And so the lines are just as long.
Yeah. But too, man, if you get a son of a bitch that's sitting around wanting to get on that damn thing, it's the stupid people they catch. If your whole, idea is getting on there, you're going to get it on some kind of way. It's not, it's just, but it has seemed to be more effective. But I mean, you look, when you watch like TSA, I mean, it's better than nothing. And I think what's saving all our ass when you get on one of those things, those crazy terrorists, is X-rays been enhanced and these things to after scanning 1 trillion bags and finding a bunch of shit. You can code that all in there now, where rather than just hoping for shit luck, it's looking for something that shape. That's what's kept our ass alive. It's not by personal inspections of looking in there.
Yeah.
You know, you just too much shit. Nobody would ever get anywhere. You need to show up to the airport 10 hours before the fucking plane took off.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, and a lot of it's just, you know, there's other ways of doing things now. But it's just, I remember it was just so fun to like get in a plane and like order a drink. And I always get a window seat and just, this is awesome. Not now. It's pure hassle.
What happened to the stewardesses that were good looking, smile?
Well, I was just talking to somebody about that the other day.
No, they are.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're about the mean old bitchy rags now.
Yeah, they are. That they dropped that whole standard. You know, it was sexist, and a fat, ugly one could do everything a good-looking, pretty one did. No, that shit's long gone, man. Now you can like, it keeps going. It's like you're gonna be just like flipping a coin to figure out if it's a guy or a girl, or was a girl, or is halfway through. It's just like you're villainized now for being a straight person, finding a flight attendant attractive.
Yeah, not the ones I saw.
No, and you look at you look at TV anchors now. They're not that great.
Right.
Yeah, that, you know, that's society, but that's places like the Ford Foundation.
Yeah,
Look
and
them up. They want to break down society and make everybody equal, and defund police departments, and everybody doesn't pay to do anything. You just sit around smoking marijuana, thinking about changing sexes.
Jesus.
Yeah, the world's crazy, man.
It
you know,
is.
The work thing. It's like this kook that's running Michigan. You know, about a third of the restaurants, I don't care how long they've been in business, like 100 years, 80 years, about a third of them went out of business because of COVID, which wasn't her fault, and a bunch of other things. And now this idiot, because she gets elected by these people that don't work, that want sanctioned pay rates, even though they have no qualifications. Starting like February, every waiter or waitress in a restaurant gets $13.71 an hour or something, even if there's no customers. They were going out of business with $2.36 and providing good service. How is this going to help? And they say, well, it's going to livable wage. Well, no, it's not. You know, if you want, whatever happened to the old days, you got hired based on your qualifications. See, the government is attacking the last man standing, fast food, and the people that have been able to somehow find a way to stay in business. Now they're fucking with them and trying to get them to pick up the pieces because the middle class has been decimated and there are no good jobs.
Yeah, that's what happened with the company that I worked for, is when minimum wage, it gradually happened, but when I first started working for the company, minimum wage was $7.25 an hour.
Yeah.
And then when I left the company, minimum wage was $15 an hour. And nobody in the company got a cost of living raise from that, unless if you were making under the minimum wage. But if you were making above it, let's say you were making like $1 or $2 above it, you didn't get like, you know, the 50 cents that they had per year that minimum wage went up. So yeah, you're right. A lot of companies did it like that.
And not only that, like I do think it, like all policies, there was a time when minimum wage mattered. It kept slave labor from happening. But now, like take Michigan as an example, right? You know who's getting anybody to show up to fill out an application for minimum wage? No one. Everybody's paying more. Because if you don't, nobody shows up to apply.
Well, the thing is here where I live, minimum wage isn't a livable wage.
No.
Minimum wage isn't livable. Like
No.
I actually did a very fair and legit budget for a single person.
Yeah.
And how much that they would have to make 40 hours a week. And it was, I believe it was at least $21 an hour. And that's to afford rent, utilities,
No.
food,
Yep.
you know,
No, it's
just
not.
basic needs to take care of yourself.
See what they don't tell you, and if you play your cards right, the way that it's set up now that they don't want to discuss, especially when two people are running for office, is when you get these bullshit wages that you can't really live right on, you do qualify. That you're in the worst, second worst state in the fucking country, New York. When you do get in those bullshit things, it doesn't matter so much what you're making and what they're considering livable wages when you're getting every fucking supplement under the world. You're getting to move into $400,000 houses with no down payment and delayed interest, 1.4 interest because you never worked, and maybe this will help. I mean, you guys are like a never-ending, constant fucking liberal experiment.
Well, the thing is, when 20 years ago, when my son's father and I, when we got our first place together when we were young, I checked out those places, the rent. So the rent there we had like a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bathroom townhouse, nothing too glamorous or anything. It was $800 a month. Now it's $1,600 a month for the same place.
Yeah. No, yeah, and if you count in inflation, I mean, inflation's the big one. I mean, you can put any number you want on it now, but inflation, it's like a dollar doesn't have much buying power. You can go and buy snacks somewhere and spend $100. When you're down in places like Hilton Head, you run up to Fresh Foods, which is all, that boutique fucking bullshit, but they don't have any 7-Elevens or anything there because it's people with upper income. You can go in there and like get some fresh orange juice and some other shit that hasn't been in a block of ice for 100 fucking years, and some whole wheat crackers and shit like that. It's nothing to go down there and blow $100, and you'll eat that shit that night.
Yeah.
It isn't like you got a 4-day supply.
Yeah.
You go in. I saw they have stuff like this fresh seafood in there. They've got like all this kind of different like monkfish and these fucking shrimp. They look like they weigh like a pound a piece. I never saw a shrimp that big. They're like fucking $89 a pound. This kind of shit. I mean, it's just insane.
Have you had monk?
I used to. It used to be called the poor man's lobster, and if you put butter on it,
yeah,
excellent. But monk's fish was put on the endangered species list for a while. And then that bluefin tuna was, and there was some other fish, monkfish, another one they were doing that, and they damn near decimated sea bass for a while.
Yeah.
And now it's like, if I tell people, like, say you come visit and you say, I want to go out and get a good steak, a good one, no bullshit, cooked right, dry age, in a glass of wine, and we go to Atlanta. If the bill is under $500, I'm wondering if it was frozen.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is now.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, you'd have to remortgage your house for 5 pounds of king crab legs, the big ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's just insane.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So you just, it's all gone to the rest of the country is like, I really believe if this keeps going up, there's been civil wars over shit like this. Never for pure economy, but it's coming. You just can't be driving your Bentley past 200 homeless people without getting a brick through the window.
Well, they have places
Right.
in Rochester that I think that's another reason why in Rochester and in New York they have places for people for subsidized housing. We don't have a lot of homeless here, and I think it's because of all
That's
the
why.
programs.
That's because
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. It's just like the immigrants. I don't have a big problem with illegal immigrants. I mean, I do think you should get over here legally. But you look at New York City, they're having a hard time paying their bills now. But when you bring in people that shouldn't be here to begin with, give them a stipend, a brand new apartment. They've built brand new apartments for these people. They get medical because they get on Medicaid through some fucked up exception, even though they're over here illegal. It's just other people. It's like drug addicts. I mean, if I never came around and learned anything new when I was down there fucking around entering prostitutes, I didn't know anything. And I'm glad I didn't because I learned a lot. The way these people tax Medicaid is criminal. I know for a while there, and this is old information 15 years ago, there were a lot of HIV positive IV drug users. Yeah, everybody knows this, right? They were eligible for these protea inhibitors, the same shit that in the early days saved Magic Johnson, $6,300 a month, with
Jeez.
thousands of people that have never paid into the system. You know, and I half-ass wonder sometime deep down. I mean, it's nuts thinking, but the criminal justice system, maybe that's why they don't do anything about drugs, because it employs so many people: judges, probation, rehab, cops,
Yeah.
TV shows. Shit, if we got rid of every damn drug addict in the United States, there'd be 9% more unemployment, because you got to
Yeah.
go in and guard them and fuck with them and execute them in Texas and lock them up. And I mean, it's just so, that's why, as fucked up as it sounds, when you get smart, you get educated about this stuff, you realize you may want to head this stuff off at the pass. You may want to like do what you can, even though it sounds crazy, and try and spend the money early. I mean, that's why, you know, Medicare got smart, which is why when you first go on Medicare, rather than the old days, this was a vitamin D controversy too, and them paying for it. In the old days, it's like, you know, we're not paying for anything. Well, then somebody with some fucking brains crunched the numbers and said, you know what? Why don't we get all these people that are on Medicare, new people, and allow them a catch-up screening? So when you first get on Medicare, you can go in there and they do everything. And it's better to nip that stuff in the bud rather than you going to specialists for 10 years because they wouldn't pay for what you should have got when you first signed up. Somebody finally, and this is my argument with drug addicts, somebody finally crunched the numbers and realized, yeah, this sucks and it is expensive, but it's going to be cheaper in the long run.
Mhm.
Stuff is so like backwards. It's unbelievable.
The
Yep.
I'm not sure if you know who Tom Golisano is, the owner of Paychex.
No, I didn't. I used Paychex for a long time. No,
Well,
they were good.
he just donated $100 million to like charities here recently, to like all the charities in this location. I mean, so you get like billionaire, you know, people who are very wealthy that
But what I think
also
that is, though, I think
go
on all
into
these
it.
people, all the ones that, you know, the cameras are rolling, they
Oh
just
yeah.
donated $1 million here and 10 million there. I think it's all, honestly, not all. There are probably some good people out there that, like, I believe what Elon Musk does. If that fucker said he gave $10 million to a soup kitchen, I really believe it. And I think they got $10 million worth of soup. With these other motherfuckers out there, I don't believe it. I think it lowers their tax bracket. They're paying, it's some kind of financial thing.
Thank
It's
you.
the same with these people that donate this. See, that's one thing that these attitudes, these traditionally liberal schools like Harvard and Penn, it
Mhm.
caught up to them. When they asked them about this Israeli Arab conflict, man, they didn't answer right. All those rich Jews said, fuck you. We're not giving you another damn dime until that president resides. Now, I don't think that black lady that ran Harvard's a racist. I don't. She's very poor at answering questions. But this is what's happening now. They're hitting them in the pocketbooks. It's a real hot potato for these liberal schools. They don't know what to do. Freedom of speech or appear to support terrorism. It's really a tough one,
You're right. You're absolutely right.
you know? So, I mean, it's just so nuts out there. You don't know what to do.
Because it's like, well, America, like your constitutional rights is freedom of speech, but
Yeah,
then
but here's what they don't tell you. That is true, but there are consequences for that.
right.
Freedom of speech is great, but the consequences are that you can be sued and locked up, even though you were able to do it because of the consequences of where it was done. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. I mean, you know, and there was a big case in Michigan. This guy applied for me. He got fired as a cop. This was like 30 years ago. These guys are going down in a canoe in some place where the water was fast. Up where I used to live, they tip over. And they're saying, fuck this, fuck that, God damn it, you know, as they're watching their cooler float down the thing. And a cop arrested him for profanity. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court. And they actually prevailed. That
Wow.
cop that wrote those guys those tickets applied for me. And once I figured out it was him, I thought, fuck you. I mean, this just isn't reality. But there was an example of, you know, he's lucky he had somebody to go to bat from him, because if he wouldn't have, you couldn't have afforded to pursue that. And you'd have just had to plead guilty to some bullshit because you had a dirty mouth. And the argument was there are women and children listening to it. And it stuck all the way up until it got reversed at the last second at the Supreme Court. Well, not many people can afford it. And I think the ACLU funded the whole thing. So you do have freedom of speech, but the consequences, like, and then they got really smart. And another way to police that was through hate crimes. So even though it's freedom of speech, what you said was malicious and damning and threatening, and now we're going to arrest you for that. A hate crime, like, get faggots and shit like that. And like, if you beat a straight guy, it's way better than a gay guy, because if that gets twisted around, they've done the same thing with sex trafficking. Instead of just, prostitution places now it's sex trafficking. Rather than get a misdemeanor and 15 days in a can and a $2,000 fine, you go away for 30 years in a federal prison.
Well, there was the ex-CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch. He's in trouble for sex trafficking and rape.
Oh yeah,
and all that
because
stuff.
and I don't like the guy. I hope he gets 1,000,000 years. It's like all politics.
But he's like
P. Diddy.
80 years old.
P. Diddy is never going to see the light of day again. They have left the trap open for him for 30 years.
I know. Well, the thing is this guy's 80 though.
Yeah.
And he's getting.
But what do you do? Hire a couple escorts that get brought up here in a bus from Louisiana?
Apparently, he was part of. It was kind of like the Epstein thing. He was kind of like part of a major like international sex trafficking.
Oh yeah. You're done on that. Absolutely cooked.
That's the allegations going against him right now.
Was he charged or just allegations?
Last I saw, it was just like allegations, and he was going to court for it. But there's a bunch of people coming out saying that they were coerced.
Oh yeah, and here's another thing that I think is unfair. Look, I'm against like sex trafficking. It's fucked up. Everybody knows this, right? But you'll take 10 convicted sex workers with sketchy histories, and you'll grant them immunity. And they'll go in under oath and lie their motherfucking ass off and send you away forever. And you don't get to bring anything up about them. And that's unfair. Once that immunity sends more damn people away. I mean, these are sketchy people too. I was the same thing. I was critical of the Bill Cosby thing. I mean, you got these women. Oh, yeah, well, it's PTSD. They just didn't feel comfortable. And it took them 30 years. I mean, if you read about, these were just, to me, sketchy people. Now, there's a flip side of that, like that cop they nailed in Oklahoma. If you're a sex worker or a prostitute, does that mean you can be like raped, beat up, and screwed and nothing happened to you? No. I think raping a prostitute is no different than raping someone that's not one.
Right.
But it wasn't that. This sex is a big, same with RICO. I mean, they nailed a lot of businessmen, even when it originally started out to nail the mob. I mean, they cast these big fishnets. I'll tell you another thing they do it with. It's really even super vague, is international trade thoroughfares. Try and look it up. What is it? Well, it's kind of vague. Same with porn. It's like if I wanted to make porn in, let's say, Georgia, try and find out if you can make it or if you can't. You really don't know. It's kind of up there. You can't get a straight answer. Why? That way they can pick and choose who they charge. They make it that when they charge you. There's a lot of things like that.
Well, just like
and I'm sure there's plenty of people that deserve what they got in sex trafficking, but there are also people out there that didn't.
I think it's a big trap too, because when you go into those industries, they want to know like your background check, everybody who you talk to, who you know, who your associates are. They want to know all of that before they're like, oh yeah, you can do this. That's fine. It's legal. Like they're because I think they're just waiting for it to come around to like bite you.
Well, I like, that Palfrey, the Madame of Washington, D.C. You find a lot of these people, and she was fairly articulate, a pretty decent, educated woman. But, you'll get people like this that, like she did. She ran a fucking horror house, a mobile escort service in Washington, D.C. And she thought because she was just sending girls out there with these Johns, these politicians and other rich men, and telling them what you do there, you're on your own. But it was real clear by anyone with even a low IQ, this was a prostitution ring. And they were kind of groomed by her before they ever made the call. And like, look, here's the real deal. And she went to her grave thinking that she really wasn't doing anything wrong, and they were all subcontracted, and they were anybody with a half a brain can see through this. And I give her credit, because when they decided to bust her, which who knows if there are political reasons for it or not, as it turns out, there weren't very many politicians on that list to begin with. When they decided to go after her, she realized that her life was over either way, whether they charged her or whether she succumbed to the deal they offered. So she hung herself in her mother's shed down there in Tarpon Springs, which I think was a good move, if that's how you really felt about it. By that time, she was fucked either way.
I think to a certain degree, because it's a moral dilemma issue for religious people. That's where this whole thing usually turns bad, is because a lot of women who are into prostitution and stuff are also doing drugs, alcohol,
Yeah, right.
everything else. So it's not like a clean cut environment, really. It's more like, so that's opening up the door for the prostitutes to come back and be like, look, like I was bullied, like, I wasn't in my right state of mind, and this is what happens when stuff isn't legit, or people are on drugs or alcohol too.
Right. And if like, is it that big of a deal where, I doubt you were ever compensated for any of the blowjobs you gave. So when it just comes down to the act itself, the thing that seems to pet peeve people with people like Maddie is that she's charging $10 for them. I mean, in the whole scheme of things, is this big of a deal? Drug addicts need money. The women, particularly on YouTube, that criticize her, they've been sucking them for free their whole fucking lives.
Well, all I'm saying,
it isn't the act itself that's that big a deal. People do them that love each other. People do them that meet after bars. I mean, come on. It's the $10.
If you talk to, I read a good documentary about, there was a guy, and he was in California, and he was kind of like you, Tom. He was out there, interviewing everybody, prostitutes, homeless, you name it. He was interviewing them. And then he pulled over there were a couple of police officers there, and he said, well, aren't you going to arrest these prostitutes? Like, what's going on here? And he goes, well, they're actually the victims. We don't arrest the victims. So, I mean, with some of that, there could be legit victims of people in prostitution than just free will. A free will person being like, look, I need money. This is, what I'm going to do for it, whatever. Right. There might be different circumstances.
I agree. I think so too. But I mean, once you're, guys shoplift, women have sex. I mean, it's tough being a male heroin addict. It's no fun being a female heroin addict. I mean, it's your moneymaker. It's all that's left. Nobody's going to hire you. I mean, I think Maddie and Becky are perfect examples. They're there until it's tits up some morning.
I think it's just how it's perceived, and I'm sure everyone has.
I perceive it as sad. I perceive it as sad and unfortunate, and in a weird, twisted way, I can understand why once you get in that deep, the thought of working like a slave as a Dollar General store manager and live in an apartment and not have anything, that's worse than where they're at. And if you ever read any of these stories or talk to the people that have messed with heroin, there's nothing that's ever going to feel that good.
Well, first they have to come clean as far as getting off the drugs, and then make that decision, because when
I
you're
mean, I don't see what the big giant, when you're in that deep, where you got all sorts of illnesses, you're like, your body's in trouble. I don't see the big carrot outside just giving up and not waking up some morning. It just wouldn't be. I'm glad I wasn't, because I don't think that'd have been enough motivation for me. It's like, look, you're going to be clean. You're going to be able to go to church. You're going to pay this bullshit salary, and you're going to pull your hair out running this dollar store, and you're going to drive an old junker for 35 more years. And congratulations on your sobriety.
and you're still
I'd rather be high.
you're still gonna have physical ailments too.
That's
by the way.
exactly.
You know, you're not
I'd
gonna
rather be high.
escape it.
Yeah.
You know,
And
but
especially a guy that might not like me, absent the religious thing, I'd have been really fucked. I mean, I never say anything negative. When they say to me, you know, I found Jesus, it's like, good for you. I mean, I wish I could get up every morning and pray to a big stuffed doll in the sky that would make everything better. I do. I'm jealous of these people. So if that's what you think happened to you and Jesus intervened with your life, good for you. Great. I'm happy for you.
I mean, if somebody wants to take that road to recovery and it's not an easy road, then I give them a lot of props for doing that. You know,
I
because
do, but you couldn't have done it to me because, you know, I mean, you're not a drug addict, and is life great for you?
no, but I mean,
I
I'm
mean,
not
you're going to be
also
around maybe another 30 or 40 more miserable years scraping by. They're rolling the
they
dice
sound
every night. I mean, I guess I kind of, personally, I'm not suggesting this is the right thing to do. I guess I kind of give the edge to Thelma and Louise. Hey, Irish Cat. It just wouldn't be in for me. It wouldn't. Anthony, you got to like connect it, bud. Anthony's trying to get in. You know,
Anthony.
I don't think that would have been enough of a motivation for me. I mean, I'm glad for the people that it worked out, and yeah, it sucks to be a drug addict, but I mean, I think there's plenty of opportunities out there to not be a drug addict and not have that great of a life.
Yeah, but think about it like this. A life of a drug addict is basically just constantly thinking about drugs,
No,
where
I know it
when
is.
you're not on it, you could think about doing other things. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, but
you're not so consumed where like your life is like, I got to get this stuff. And that's all you think about. Like, I need to get this stuff. How am I going to get it? This is what I got to do to get, I'll do
I
whatever I
think
got to
up
do.
until it's tits up, they have a feeling you've never experienced. It isn't like there isn't some cheese at the end of the trap.
Well, like,
You try that. That's why they can't get off it, because it's like you just don't know what it's like until you've been there. I'm not saying it's a good idea,
right.
you know. But I mean, I think like Maddie and Becky are two examples that, fentanyl would scare me. That's because I give a fuck. If I didn't, what would I care? I told you, I've talked to prostitutes down there. Their roommate died from a fentanyl overdose, and they were trying to find the dealer and thought they'd just take a little less. Chasing that high. It's terrible. I mean, it really is.
It's like one of those, they talk about taking paths in life, and there's rewards for not taking the easier path. It's like one of those things, right? So we all know that there's drugs out there, right? That can help, that could make you feel amazing, right?
Yeah.
And you'll be happy when you're on them and amazing and everything's great, right?
Right.
But there's a lot of us who choose not to do them. Now that's
Right.
your free will. That's your choice that you're taking. But there's also rewards for not taking that kind of choice as well. It's not like, oh, you'll just be miserable if you don't, go that route. There's rewards for both.
Hi, Rita.
Hi, Rita.
Hi,
How you doing?
I'm okay. Just listening.
Yeah, what do you think of my take on that? I need to go
Well,
back to the rubber room.
I'm sorry, I missed a little bit because I
Yeah, I
was
was
trying
just
to
saying
get
that in a weird, twisted way, it makes sense for me sometimes that why people like Maddie and Becky just decided one day they're going to ride this horse to the end.
Yeah, I can understand it to a degree.
You know, they just don't want to manage dollar stores, drive a junker, and have 35 years of slave labor left. Why everybody hugs
Well,
them for being clean.
yeah, I can get it. They just there's just people that don't want responsibility. I mean, um, they just don't. They just I don't know why. I don't know. I think addiction has a big part to play.
Oh yeah.
But year after year after year after year, living in tents, being homeless, it's cold, it's hot, living in basements, living in bandos, living in. Um, I, I just think that. Um, I mean, I don't know. I've never been to those depths in addiction. But year after year, I mean, well, I can understand for a period of time, but uh, it just seems to me that the uncomfortable circumstances are more than I could. Even if I worked at a dollar store and lived in a shithole, I had a shithole with a door that would close. I had a shithole. Um, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I might not be able to live the best life, but I think anything is better than that life.
Yeah, I mean, this is why, you know, we
I
have
mean, that's me, but
Because
I'm
they
not
get they
them.
get they get assaulted. They're in constant
I mean,
danger too all the
think
time.
about it. Exactly. Do
They
you
get
think, I mean,
raped.
look at Maddie. Maddie was a beautiful girl. Beautiful girl. Look at her now. I mean, I'm not assaulting her look. I mean, I don't, but it's just the fact of the matter. And she's only what? Still only like 35, 36 years old.
yeah.
And she look at the toll it's taken on her. And I don't see how she can't see that or can accept that.
Yeah, she sees it.
I think you
I
just
mean,
feel
she says
defeated,
things like,
you know.
well, when people talk about her teeth, you know, Maddie's lost a lot of teeth and she's lost a lot of weight. Her face, she's just aged so much. Um, I mean, and I mean, I know for her channel how she'll say, well, it's just a tooth. And no, I'm not going to the dentist until I get myself together. There's no point in going to the dentist and I agree with that. I can see her point in that. But how can you not? I mean,
Because you give
I
up.
don't give
Yeah.
that. Well, that's it.
And, you know, if you're not singing the rehab song, those funds dry up.
Yeah, but she's made every excuse in the world.
But that's the,
Whether it's an excuse, she's explained her feelings on it. I should say. I don't like to say excuse.
I'm
She's as many at it. She's totally given up. And let me tell you something else. Having had an addiction, and having worked in mental health and detox. I worked in detox facilities for like about 2 years as an extra job. I just worked part time. But it was also beneficial to my getting rid of some of my bad habits. Um, it's very hard when you've been in a fog for so many years, and you use drugs for whatever reason, and a lot of people use drugs for. Uh, I think a lot of it does come from trauma. I'm not saying all of it.
Pain too. Pain. A lot of people were in pain. and
Pain,
Yeah.
pain is trauma. Um, but what people don't understand, when you've been an addict and you've done what a lot of people think are unfathomable acts or sins, or whatever, she's been a hooker, she's been whatever you've stole, you've wore out your fucking family support, you've committed crimes, you've done this, that, and the other. Okay, it's much easier to face those things or not face them when you're in a fog. But when you get sober or clean and you have to face these things clean
Yeah.
and sober, and you don't have that ability to mask all that and to take away all your tormented thoughts and realizations of the things, how you've hurt people, how you've hurt yourself, how people or you think people just supposed to accept you and bravo you for getting clean. No, honey, it doesn't work that way. You're still going to be rejected by people. You can go to people and ask for forgiveness, and I was this and I was that. It doesn't always mean automatic forgiveness. You're met with a lot of criticism, and to handle that without being in that fog and that thing to tell you, oh, fuck it, I'll just be high and not think about it. That is what people don't understand, to deal with that. And a lot of people cannot. It takes a lot of therapy. It takes a lot of soul searching. It takes a lot of accountability. It takes a lot of forgiveness. You have to forgive yourself. I think that's one of the biggest things. People, when faced with it, without a substance to cushion it, it's very hard to do. And I think that is one of the misconceptions about why people can't get straight and stay straight. That's just my opinion from what I've observed and what I've lived.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Well, with that experience that you had, were you able to decipher what made some people make it and others not once they decided to go for it?
I can't answer that question because it's an individual experience. One size does not fit all.
Right.
I think it's very much a mental health thing. I think it starts with mental health. I don't think anybody wakes up one day and goes, I'm going to be a drug addict today. I'm going to go out here and prostitute. And I'm going to go out here and live in bandos. I mean, there are so many circumstances, so many variables. As I said, one size does not fit all.
Yeah.
I don't think there is one.
Well, there's
I
always
think it's
usually
mental health. A lot of it has to do with mental health. And I think this country lacks a lot of mental health help. Not just with drug addiction, but a lot of mentally ill people use drugs.
Right.
Not the right kinds of drugs, unfortunately.
I think society as a whole too could do better. you know.
They started closing down a lot of mental health facilities.
Daisy, quiet, huh?
I mean, the statistics are there. You can look across the country.
I think
But that
I
Uh,
was
think too a
all,
lot of people turn a blind eye to it. You
that
know
was
what I
all
mean? Like they
funding.
don't want to see things
yes,
happening. They just want
that's
to,
right. It was all
you
funding.
know.
I'm sorry, Michelle. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay.
Repeat what you were saying, honey. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
I think society too, they like even school, society, and everything else, like they know who the kids are, what paths certain kids are probably going to go down, and they might even see the activity happening and they don't do anything about it. They just kind of turn a blind eye to it. They don't want to get involved. People don't want to get involved, and then when it's too late, when something bad happens, then everybody's in an uproar, like, oh look, this is what happened. But like there were people who could have tried to intervene or helped somebody when because the thing is society isn't stupid, schools aren't stupid, like they know what's going on, and it's like people just decide not to do anything, like, oh well,
Well, even the
I got my
people
own
that are
life to worry
assigned
about.
excuse me, social workers and whatnot, they get paid to do this. They're so overwhelmed. A lot of them, you hear about, well, this child wasn't checked on in a year, even though your notes reflect that you made these many visits and this and that and the other. But their caseloads are so heavy, you have to understand. And burnout in mental health is tremendous with workers and stuff. When you see this over and over and over, you become, I guess, numb to it, or it's just another, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a very hard field, and it's a very underfunded field, and it's a very uh, hard on the mentality of people that uh, do this kind of work.
My mother was a social worker for New York State, and she told me that they've cut funding like so much throughout the
Oh
years
yeah.
for mental health. Like it's just like the funding that the government used to like put for, all of that stuff. It just throughout the years, it's just kind of like, oh wow, like just deal with your own shit, like if you have family, like, whatever. Like that's who
Well,
has to deal with
that's
that.
what the a lot of these people that when they shut down a lot of the mental institutions, a lot of these people out here, homeless and whatnot, are mentally ill people that they closed down the institutions because they said it was a community state by state problem. And the churches should be involved, and the people, families should be. Excuse me, social workers and whatnot. They get paid. Am I reverberating?
No, that's this new person trying to get Alakara, but I think she's got another window open. This is her first time on.
Oh,
Alakara, could you just make sure all the windows are closed but one, please? I think it's your TV. It creates an echo.
burnout in mental health. Oh,
Go ahead. I think she's signed off. Maybe signed back on. Oh, it's
anyway,
James' wife. Hey, James. Oh, it's James' wife. Hey, James, could you tell her to make sure? I think she's too close to you. You hear me, Rita?
yeah.
I think if she's near him, that's why that happened.
Oh, well,
Love to have her
I
on.
hope she gets it corrected and
Yeah.
joins us.
Yeah, James, it's just could you guys just come on one device, or are you guys separate someplace? Here, we'll try it. Here we go, right here. Iggy Pop. How are you?
Now what?
hold on,
The
let me
funding
pull this
that the
up.
government used to like.
Why is this so complicated? Okay, so can I
You're
just go,
James' wife?
can I just go to chat?
No, you're fine. We can hear you.
Well,
Okay, but
first, who are you,
It's
darling?
James' wife. Info.
Oh,
this is James's wife. Where'd you put James? I've been looking all over for him. I know you got him hidden somewhere. You want me to talk about mental illness? Because I
Yeah.
can do that.
Yeah.
certainly.
Okay, so right now I'm on short term from work. I had a very traumatic childhood, and I've always struggled with mental illness. And I've been diagnosed. I think the biggest thing is bipolar, but PTSD is pretty big now. Have 70% from the military disability for mental illness. And I can tell you, it is a struggle. I just got diagnosed I actually just got a pill that is $1,700 a month because I don't have a generic version. I think a lot of people, my insurance covered it, thank God, because I'm not spending that kind of money on myself.
Oh, darn, but that's wonderful
Unless
that they covered it.
I'm going to spend that much on Amazon, but not for a pill. All right, there's a difference.
yeah.
Oh,
Welcome
yeah,
to my
okay.
world.
But I can tell you, I think a lot of mental illness has to do with it's kind of expensive to get help, or if you get help, finding the support, or the shame around it, or there's not the therapy around it. All of that makes a big difference, and I think it's really hard for people who are mentally ill to find the right combination, and that can take years and years and years and years and years and years, which a lot of people don't feel like they have, right? Or they don't want to work on it because it feels like they're afraid to change. They're afraid of the change.
Thank you. They're afraid to change. They're
Right.
afraid to change
Right.
because they're so used, you get so used to being in that hole that you can't fathom.
Well, it's
anything
fear. It's even
different.
worse than that, Nancy. It's even worse than that. It's not the whole. It's the
No,
fear
I'm not
of
saying it's
who
the
am I going to
whole.
be? It's who am I going to be if I change?
Right.
It's the
That's
comfort
what
zone.
I'm trying to say.
Yeah, the
You
comfort
can't
zone.
imagine. I couldn't imagine. What
Right.
will I do if
Right.
I stop doing this routine that I'm on every day?
Right.
And what will I do? You can't imagine anything else.
Right. Now,
You can't.
addiction. My father killed himself when I was 16, and he was an alcoholic. My mother and father are both alcoholics. My stepfather never stopped being an alcoholic, and it was gone a month before we even found him. I haven't had the privilege of knowing too many people with meth, although I have met a couple, and they're like 5-year-olds. They think the world is their oyster. They can do what they want, is my take on it. But my thing with drug addiction is that, and it's not, it's funny because Tom said, well, I think I'd rather be drug addicted than some of the other things I got to put up with life.
Well, Tom's never been drug addicted, and he's never lived that life. He's observed it,
Right.
but he's never lived it from day to day.
And I get that. We probably all have felt that way at times. Like, how come they get to live that? Yet I don't get that.
Right.
So I get that. But the thing about it is that.
Or being mentally ill.
It's a drug addicted. Right. Exactly. A drug addicted person is a person which is a shadow of themselves.
Right.
So they don't even know who they are truly. And until they maybe get in jail and get like a prison, and they have to get sober.
Yep.
And they may not have a personality disorder if they're lucky, or other mental illness. There's no way to know who they are without the drugs. And I think that's, again, the same thing, the fear of change.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. That's my point. That was you said it much better than I could. You're absolutely right.
I just want to introduce myself. My name is Mrs. James Hackett, and
I've been wondering about you a long time.
Tom is one of my husband's greatest. Is one of one of your greatest fans, but let me tell you, me and him used to watch your interviews with the people in Detroit. Like, I think I might have even found you, like, religiously.
Oh, thank you.
So we really, really, really admired you for doing that, and we enjoyed doing that. So there you go.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All
Glad.
right,
Well, we're
y'all.
so glad that you
We were
came
wondering about you.
on. James has spoken
Yeah,
of
James is a
his.
great guy, by the way.
Yeah,
Yes, he
I think he's
is. We
okay.
love him.
Thank you. I think he's okay. I'm gonna
Yeah,
keep-
you live with him every day.
well, we fight. We act like a married couple, and sometimes I'm like, you know what we're acting like right now? A married couple. That's what we're acting like.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I'm so happy you came on.
Yeah, come on more often.
All right,
Yes, please
I saw
do.
you. I've been depressed, Tom. I have been laying in bed. This new medication is doing wonders. Not helping my anxiety so much, but as far as my depression, I have been literally in bed for months. Jimmy, how long have I for maybe since COVID most of the time, and I'm finally this new medication which costs so much money, and I'm so grateful right now my insurance is paying for it. But here's the crazy part. Next month they may not. So
Right.
here I feel
That's
great
it.
about this.
That's it.
And then next month they might change their mind about paying for it. And then where am
And
I?
then put you on something else, and then put you on something else, and then
Right.
put you on something else. And I think that does more damage. When I'm even though I think I'm very astute about mental illness and drugs and psychotropics and mood altering drugs. I'm very hesitant. Even though I believe in science, I'm very hesitant when the doc says, well, okay, well, this after like 2 weeks or so, this doesn't seem to be working. Let's try this. And then 2 weeks, that doesn't really seem to, or I have side effects. Well, let's try this. I don't like that hopping from one to the other, to the other, to the other.
I agree. And my doctor doesn't do that. My psychiatrist does not do that for sure. In fact,
And I really, there you
Yeah.
go, psychiatrist. I
Yeah.
think as much as I love my physician now, I think regular MDs, internists are not really equipped. I think the key is psychiatry
Right.
in the to start.
Oh, I
You've
agree.
got to see a psychiatrist, I think, to be truly diagnosed. And even that is not a exact science. Medicine, especially mental illness, is not an exact science.
So there you go again with people who are saying mentally ill. I have a sister that is so mentally ill. She lived with us for about a year, and I did everything. I've been over
honey, tell me
backyard.
about it. Been there,
yeah.
done that.
And she's diagnosed with I guess it's maybe schizophrenia. I don't even know, but I finally had to have her arrested for attacking us, and then I couldn't bring her. I was going to bring her back in the house, but I was like, you can't come back in the house without ground rules. And she was not willing to do ground rules with us. So she
Yeah.
ran away from the hotel that we were staying in.
And she probably quit her meds.
Well, oh yeah. But I would make her
That's the
take.
first thing. People don't like to take the meds because of the way it makes them feel.
Yeah, they change, right?
Even though
hard.
it keeps them in check, they don't like the way it makes them feel.
Well, I'll tell you, with her, I finally got to the point where she had to take her meds in front of me, whether she was or not, I don't know. But that's the only thing I could do. But
Right.
when it came down to it, she basically, and she came to my house one more time, and I had to put a trespass on her, and I haven't seen her
Mhm.
since. And I hate it because I think I love her and I would love to help her, and I did 110% helping her. If she said she needed blue light bulbs to sleep better, I was on Amazon ordering blue light bulbs. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
If we went out
I
to dinner,
do.
she went out to dinner. There was nothing that we wouldn't have done for her. She needed, but
I
the thing about
understand
it
it.
is, I think she's a vulnerable narcissist too, because the more we helped her, the madder she would get at us. So it was
Well, narcissism is a mental illness.
right. So, but who knows? It was never a diagnosis. Who knows?
I
But
know. I know.
Hey,
I know.
excuse me, Alcara, could you?
Yeah.
I'm curious what medication you're on.
so the new one I got on is you probably seen it on TV apparently. I hadn't because I don't watch
Relax.
TV. Vraylar,
Oh yeah, Vraylar. Yeah, yep.
and that's the expensive one. And then I take the lithium. I take lithium, and it's some sort of antidepressant. I don't know if it's which one. It's like one of those normal ones, but it's generic.
Yeah.
And then Jimmy hates this to death, but my doctor has prescribed it, so I'm taking like a half a night of what is it, Jimmy? Xanax.
Oh, half of one a night.
Yeah. Now it's real addictive, but both my psychiatrist and my counselor have said you need, that's been prescribed.
What
to you, you need
milligram
to
are you
take it.
taking? You say a half.
I think I'm taking like 0.5 instead of 1. I'm not sure. Look.
I mean, I'm just curious. I mean,
No,
it's
no,
none
it's
of my
fine.
business really, but
Yeah, you're fine because I have to get my reading glasses on. It's like I think it's a it may be a half a milligram and I'm taking
well,
half of that. It's not real lots.
0.25 is a low dose.
Yeah, I think it's real low, and I'm not even liking
Well, that's
taking that.
good. That's good though, because Xanax can be quite addictive.
Why do you not like taking it?
Because it's addictive, and if you take it and get addicted, it's really hard to come off of, according to what.
Yeah, but
See,
you're on
that's the,
such a
that's
low
the
dose.
thing
I wouldn't
about a
worry
lot
about
of these psychotropic drugs too. The coming off of them, if you want to come off of them, a lot of the side effects of coming off, not just Xanax, but there are others.
Yeah, but she's got a baby. There's millions of people that take it that don't become addicted.
Yes, I'm just saying, but
Tell
I'm
Jimmy
saying
that.
because people fear that.
Because he freaks out. The first bottle I got, I dumped down the toilet because Jimmy didn't want me to take them.
No, honey, if you're taking that low of a dose, that's
It's like it's 0.5 milligrams is what the whole pill is, and I take half of that.
Oh, okay. Oh, well,
I bet you won't be on.
that's not bad at all.
I bet you won't be on heroin till mid-December.
Right? Well, I've been experimenting.
Yeah.
I kind of like it, but I haven't decided if I want to go with heroin or crystal. I don't know.
Yeah.
Go with the lauded first.
Try and go with a low dose so Jim can buy some more Christmas bulbs.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, you're on such a low dose. You're on a therapeutic dose. You're like
Yeah, you are.
away from this being an issue.
No.
Well, that makes
About
me
being
feel better
addicted.
because
That's such a low dose.
now the Vraylar is I guess it's a class A psychotic, but it's not addictive.
No.
I'm not familiar with that, but I'm not a
Yeah, it's a new
doctor
drug.
either.
I tried it for a while.
Did you try?
I tried it for about 6 months.
Did you like it?
Nah, I mean, a lot of people like you, they take it with something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My problem was I washed it down with dragon's milk.
Oh, well. Alcohol. He washed it down with alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh, see, because I'm on. Now I watch a lot of true crime. Like I'm talking all day long, and because I watch so much true crime, I cannot drink and take my Xanax because I think I'll kill somebody.
Oh, honey.
Well, I
Good
was.
idea. You got great strength.
I can tell you all about
Hey, don't
Xanax.
kill
I
Jimmy.
was
Don't
on
kill Jimmy, though.
Xanax for years, and I drank with it and everything else, and that was the worst stuff to come off of my entire life. I
That's what
didn't
I thought.
know that I could have died.
I never took it for that many years. I took it, but I never took it
Oh, I did.
Wish
for
I'd
Yeah.
known you then.
that long because I felt like it made me mean. It started making
You're
me
still taking
mean.
it.
I'm not mean, Tom. But no, it really did. I could see it. It made me mean. but I recognized it myself. I mean, well, I'm sure other people recognized it before me.
They just
They
didn't
didn't
say
know. They
anything
didn't know I was
because
on
they were like,
Xanax, but they just
she's
knew.
mean. I'm not going to approach her with the fact she's mean because she'll beat me up.
No, but I don't take it. That's why I changed.
I just want
That's
to know
why
how
I
many.
said
I don't
I'm not
know
taking this anymore.
the other lady's name that took this before, that took it,
Well, Stephanie.
Stephanie. How much did you take? Like, what was your dosage?
I took 0.5 4 times a day.
Okay. So one,
So I-
1 full milligram.
So 2 milligrams a day.
Oh yeah, 2 milligrams. Okay, because my math is really good, so I just want y'all to know that
Yeah, good
my
job.
Yeah.
that's my.
Well, you
Well, I
seem
never
like
took. I didn't even take that much.
different than when I'm depressed.
I'm what?
You seem like you're in a good mood. You're in a good mood.
You know, this Vraylar, like it's awesome. And that's the thing. I'm really feeling. I love. Let me just put it this way. I love a good antidepressant that really works, and it's been years since I've been on one that really works. And so
And I
it
think
feels
that's
good.
what we are all looking for, that
Yes.
are on antidepressants. But after a while, I've been on something for a long time, and they increased it to as much as it's clinically safe. And then they wanted me to go on something else. And I was reluctant because they only waited 2 weeks before they said it wasn't working. And I got the new medication they wanted me to go on, but I didn't use it because I started feeling better on my own. It's not just a pill. I started exercising more. You know, it's not just take a pill. There are other factors. I started, like I say, doing other things, pushing myself to do other things that I felt would make me feel better, getting out more, because I was very isolating. I tend to isolate.
Right. Me too.
And
Yep.
I just started forcing myself to, you know, get out and walking my dogs like I used to do, and I'd stop doing, and just. But then again, I've been hit with 2 hurricanes in the past 2 years, and other storms, and I've had my house decimated, and I'm dealing with a aging sister that is dying, and I'm facing, you know, just my doctor would say, well, what is going on with you? My blood pressure started going out of the roof and all this shit. Well, what can I tell her? It's just some things are just fucking life.
So let
It's
me
not
ask
one
you- let
thing.
me
I
ask you,
can't
Nancy.
say that it's just X, Y, and Z.
Right.
It's an accumulation of a lot of things.
Nancy,
You
let me
know?
ask you something. So
Yes.
you're saying that your doctor wanted you to go on the medication and you feel like it's just life, and that isn't, that you just need to do more things to make yourself feel better in general?
I think I have to try before I start jumping around to other medications and medications and
Yeah, that's true.
medications.
Yeah, that's the danger, right? Is just turning the medication to medication. Quite frankly, I work for a very large corporation. I feel like I'm on Wheel of Fortune right now. And no, it's Verizon, right?
Yeah.
So that's really been hard because I'm on short term, and I feel like I can't really not be on something if I'm.
Oh, I'm not saying not be on anything.
No,
I
I'm just
understand that
saying.
completely.
You know what I mean? But I admire, what I'm saying is I admire your way of doing it differently, because sometimes medication isn't the right answer, and sometimes it
Yes.
is the right answer. And for me, normally
Right.
it wasn't, and then it became the right answer, and now I'm fine with that. It took me a while to get over that bump. But I think for
Yes,
you, I
that's it.
like that. But I think if we took a poll that everybody, do you want to exercise or take a pill to feel better? Most people would pick a pill.
Absolutely, because it's easier.
Yeah.
It's easier.
Yeah.
It's
Or drink.
easier.
Or
You just take a little pill and everything's going to be fine. I think that's become our society for, you know, things. Just, you know, and I've had to talk to myself. I talk to myself in my head. Okay, you can call me crazy, but I think we all
Crazy.
do. I have to look at myself and delve within myself. And do what I can do rather than just rely on a pill. Meditate, do breathing exercises.
Hit a
I
joint.
think these, now you can say whatever you
Whoa, a
want to say
joint.
about it, but I think that these things do help.
I like you best when you're drinking beer and smoking marijuana.
Well, no, see, but then you say I'm aggressive and I'm
We are,
hateful.
but I don't find that a bad
What do you mean
quality.
you like me better? I mean, damn, which is it, Tom?
Well, I find I don't have a problem with you being aggressive. And you never heard me complain. It's just an observation.
But
So
you
he
say you
thinks
like
you're-
me
he thinks
better
you're
when
hot
I'm
when you're
aggressive.
aggressive. He
Yeah,
definitely-
because I just think
Yeah.
out of all the people that come on here, there's not, that many women that are, letting it fly like that.
Well, I've always said I'm an open book.
Right.
Let me ask you guys, what do you think? Do you think marijuana should be in the drug category? I mean, I know y'all are open-minded, so I figure, but do you think marijuana even should be considered a drug compared to all the other drugs that are out there that are taken?
Yeah.
Okay.
So as far as my point with that is, I think that marijuana, as far as physically, like the physical dependency and everything, is actually safer than alcohol. But there's so
Yeah,
much violence
I agree with that.
involved
I agree with
in
that.
marijuana and the distribution and everything with marijuana. And I think that's what they're afraid of. I don't think it's the actual THC that anybody's afraid of. I think it's more than that.
Stephanie, turn
Well,
off your
until they
vibrator.
were able to legislate it and tax it and make money off of it, that's when it became acceptable. And like I say, in today's society, buying weed off the street, people buy weed and then they're in the emergency room from a fentanyl overdose. Or if you're going to,
So you're saying it's the gateway drug.
well, that's what some people say.
Do you think it is? I don't think it is a gateway drug.
I
I'm just
don't
gonna
either.
say.
But I've asked that a lot when I talk to drug addicts. They say it isn't a gateway drug, but you get around people.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, me
Now
too.
that I can't agree with.
Yeah.
But unless you go to a pharmacy, you get a medical marijuana card.
Right.
I think that lessens that. I think that was part of it.
I think that's
and you're
the medical
getting
gateway.
clean. You know what you're getting.
Right. Right. That's right. It actually got better than a lot of street marijuana you could buy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
As far as I can tell from the places I've seen, sell it, grow it, and all that. The money
I think it's just safer.
The money is growing it, not selling it.
What do you guys think of things like Delta or those other things? Something.
Same shit.
Same shit.
Lower powered. Delta 9.
Yeah.
That's a poor man's
And
dope.
then there's the benefits of CBD too.
Oh, what benefit? Show me one benefit of that. Other than
If you have a child that's having seizures, apparently CBD is very, very good at controlling that. Also, they have said other children who has like autism or things like that, with some illnesses in children, CBD can be used very successfully, but it's not recognized. So that's very sad for parents who have to then, go to the black market to get it or whatever they do.
CBD practically everywhere.
Well, you used to couldn't back in my day when I was a kid.
CBD is very, very much out there.
I think CBD it works because you tell the kid, I'm going to Put some of this on your forehead, and man, are you going to feel good.
Oh, placebo effect.
There's no
Yes, sir.
chemical transference that does shit in CBD.
Right.
I think
Kids
you're
are so
No, there's
incorrect on that.
Not reading it.
kids are so susceptible to that panacea that
Yeah.
you're right. Whatever that is, you're right. You're right.
Hey, Rita, just take a month, put down the marijuana, put down the beer, and try CBD.
No, I don't want to.
I don't blame you. Bullshit.
And as Stephanie said, you ever talk to any old potheads or stoners? Well, I'm one.
You are?
Well, yeah, honey.
Yeah, but I don't.
I've been smoking weed since I was probably 14 or 15 years old. And that might explain a lot of things, but
you could
I don't think I'm just a babbling idiot because I'm an old stoner.
They don't even stoner anymore, Nancy. I was just talking about that the other day.
I mean, I know sometimes I might be a little over the limit, but that's because I want to be. But I don't think on a daily basis, or it's never kept me from holding a job or being able to,
no, but you're not.
Hold a conversation or, I mean, if I'm high, I'm high. I mean, high means there are certain repercussions for being high, and those are the ones that I want.
No,
but I'm not a babbling idiot.
No, but you're referring to yourself as a stoner. I don't think either one of us considered you a stoner.
Oh, I'm a stoner.
No.
I think it's something you should wear proud. I
Mark's
think it's great.
Mark is a stoner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Mark also suffers from something like narcolepsy or something.
Yeah, but that's a different argument. He was a stoner before he ever heard of narcolepsy.
Well, I mean, I don't know that one has anything to do with the other.
It doesn't. You brought it up.
Excuse me.
No, but you know what I mean? I don't care if he is or he isn't. And I do think if I had pain like he does, I'd be a stoner too.
Well, exactly.
That's not a nice way to refer to people, like Cheech and Chong.
Why is it why is it not a nice way to refer to people?
Well, it's an old.
Don't work.
Yeah, but Tom, it's an old school term that we use. I don't think they say stoners anymore like we do.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you said old stoners. What does that mean exactly?
He's talking about Dumb and Dumber.
No. When I was in school, okay, the cool kids were the stoners because they listened to George Carlin and
my man.
Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead too.
Yes. I love stoners. Well, my definition of stoners.
Thank you. Thank you, Dom.
You're welcome. But not Tom. I don't love Tom's definition of stoners.
Yeah, but I don't think there really is a hard, fast definition of stoner.
We got to make a Wikipedia then.
Yeah, I think so too. Is that in Wikipedia? Is it on there?
I don't know.
I bet it's not.
I'd rather be a stoner than a drunk.
There you go.
If it is in Wikipedia, it's got to have like 1 billion citations.
I mean, I've never heard of anybody killing people by being stoned.
No, but I'll tell you what it will do. It'll make you a lazy fucker that'll live with your parents till the day you die.
Well, not necessarily. I don't live with my parents till the day they died.
Well, there was a limit to your smoking then.
Okay, I got a good story. So my daughter is 30. And about 10 years ago, 11 years ago, I left my husband. And I got kind of wild, okay? As you do.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, I want to smoke some pot with you. And she's like,
I
okay,
would
let me
never
get it.
smoke pot with my child, but that's just my opinion. But
She was
I'm
20.
not, that's me.
Okay, so
Martha
I had never
Stewart.
smoked pot with her, but I wanted to smoke some pot because I was being a wild and crazy, flower child in divorced land. So she brought some marijuana
Oh,
over.
I see. That's a different, I see.
Yeah.
She was your guide.
Yeah, so she brought some marijuana over and I smoked it and I go, I know I'm going to go to sleep because I've smoked it before, but I'm not real good at it. I never could become a stoner or an alcoholic. I'm just not good at that stuff. So I go, okay, I'm going to go meditate and go to sleep. I know I am. So I smoke I smoke a little bit and I get tired. I go to bed. I'm going to bed now. I'm tired. I'm going to go lay down. She goes, Mom, the good stuff hasn't even got here yet. And I was like, oh my God, my daughter's a stoner.
I hear you. I hear you.
But she never lived with me and she's in school now and she isn't lazy. She's a very productive, highly productive member of society. So I think that's another trauma thing. If you're having that issue and smoking, it's because you probably have trauma.
Well, or if you're
Maybe.
just a lazy layabout, you were probably a lazy layabout before you smoked
What's
weed.
trauma anyway? What's trauma?
I mean, I'm talking the stuff in Wikipedia, Tom. Look it up.
Okay.
Oh, I just love you. I love you. I love you, Miss James.
Thank you. I love you guys too. I'm glad I wouldn't join, but it said party, and I was like, party? It's Sunday night.
Oh no, that's just a term, Tom. It's just a,
That's like a
it's just,
fill-in when there's silence.
Do not crush my dreams, Nancy.
We won't.
I'm so glad you've joined, and
Party with the old
God,
people.
I hope
We
you'll
need
be a
you.
regular visitor.
We need you on here.
Yes,
When you were, Tom was like, is that a real person? And I'm going, oh my God, I'm like crashing their party.
love it, love it, love it.
Yeah.
I'm texting James. I can't chat.
Yeah, and then I'm always paranoid anybody coming on, that I don't know and I never saw that name.
Well, Tom posted that link for half a second, and I looked down, and then I looked up to maybe get that link and go there, and it was gone. And I was like, no.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of practice to get on.
It's complicated, Miss Nancy. It is complicated.
Well, like Tom always says, well, you've hit rock bottom. Coming up here.
That's right.
Yeah, if you're here, you got a story to tell.
I am so grateful you guys had this topic tonight. I really, this is two of my favorite topics: alcoholism, drug addiction, and all that.
Yeah, I don't know
Because
how
of the family stuff I've been through and myself. You couldn't have had a bit. I mean, you could have talked about something like that I don't know anything about, and I probably made it up. But
Well, that's the thing here. I think we all can relate in some way. All of us, even though we've all had different experiences here, that people can come together and hopefully with respect and regardless of what your views are, and be able to, behave in a civil manner and
most of the time.
discuss
I was
things.
just going to say, except for Tom.
Yeah, most of the time.
Yeah. Who'd
Well,
rather be-
Tom is Tom, but Tom is the reason we're all here.
Well, not really. Not really.
That was very
Yeah, we
respectful.
are. Yeah, it is.
That
No,
was
the
very
reason we're all
respectful,
here-
Miss Nancy, for an old stoner to say that about him. I think that was adorable.
Now, the reason we're all here is because I interviewed prostitutes. Like a time. It is. We're all
Well,
here.
that was the beginning
No,
of it.
What?
But then you drew in this crowd of
That was
misfits
amazing.
and crazy people. And,
oh my God.
as I said, we all have a story to tell, and for some reason, we are compelled to tell it on Tom's channel.
Yeah. Oh
Right.
God.
Yeah,
Am I
so Tom,
right?
have you ever been interviewed about interviewing the prostitutes that
Yeah,
you
a couple
interviewed?
times. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because I haven't seen that. I just keep all these questions keep floating in my mind, but the main one is, are you in touch with any of them anymore?
No.
Okay, well, that's all I need to know. That just says everything.
Yeah.
But I know you made a difference, and even if you don't know, you made a difference in their life for sure.
Mhm.
But I can't imagine how exhausting that was doing that.
Neither can
you know,
I.
actually, a
Oh,
lot
you
of
know, as much as Tom, I'm sorry, Tom, but as much as Tom says he did nothing, he did do a lot, if nothing but bring a lot of this to the forefront.
yeah, that's what people say. But who doesn't know about drug addicted prostitutes?
Well, a lot of people don't. They see it, as she said. You see it from someone. You see it on the news, or either you don't see it. As Michelle says, people don't want to see it. They don't want to. But you made it up close and personal. You gave us a chance to really look into some people's lives, even though some of them was bullshitting the whole time and telling you what you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
right.
then there were people who were very honest. And
Well, Rita, don't you remember when Tom would have his van just packed to the rafters and drive
absolutely,
down
I
there
do.
with
I
all
helped him.
that
Yeah.
stuff? Yeah.
All these people generally that is on here that knew Tom back then were contributors of that van being
They
packed
sent things,
Right.
yep, and he would take it all down there. Remember
and
that?
put
Oh
his
my God,
life on the
that
line,
was a lot of work.
especially in the end, getting hit, run up on by people and shit. That when it
Oh
became
yeah.
dangerous.
Oh my
Because
God,
he was, I
I
think people
remember.
were afraid, and I think Tom has spoken on this, that I think people thought that he might be seeing things that he may not have even seen or might
Right.
have seen when he was filming, and he became a threat to them in
Yeah.
their own minds.
Oh,
Oh
you
yeah.
need to-
I never got that vibe.
I feel like if I don't know if you knew you were in danger, but I knew you were in danger because
Well, I
you
think
had
we've
to.
been there.
Yeah, if you had to have been in some danger
You
because
were, but you wasn't really
yeah.
aware.
Yeah, and that's
Till
good
the
because that's
end,
why you were
you
able to
even
do
have
it.
admitted that it became dangerous.
It did become dangerous, yeah.
Yeah.
But the real danger was like, crazy, aggressive cops. You had no help down there. I mean, I was just thinking that any day they're going to find me dead in the van, Daisy running around, and that's the end of it. Just like Raven.
That's really
Yeah.
sad that you had cops that were not supporting. I went to Detroit once with
No,
my
because
husband.
it would expose the cops.
Yeah, worse than not supportive. Like you're afraid to see them coming. Supposed to feel
Right,
good when you
because
see
he exposed too many things. Even the cops got nervous because of their inability or lack of, and the shit that they were doing behind the scenes. You think that there's not prostitutes that have been with cops? Please,
Not just that, they probably provide their drugs too. What are you talking about?
absolutely.
I mean,
That's
there's a
what
whole,
I'm saying.
there's a
That's
whole
when Tom
ecosystem.
became a danger.
Right.
Not
Tom
just to
Mark's
the.
in the back. Excuse me, Rita. Tom
No.
Mark's in the back.
Oh, he's in the back? Why doesn't he
Yeah.
just you know what happened when this thing's not scrolled down all the way? You
Uh-huh.
can't see like it was scrolled down.
Hey,
Sorry.
Mark.
Hi, everybody. How's it going?
Hello.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, likewise. My ears were burning.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I think you were talking about stoners.
Yeah.
Come on, my man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Number one's here.
You ready? I did a pretty good harvest this year. My backyard garden, I harvested 3 pounds of quality top. Nice, sticky, tight buds. beautiful ones too.
How long will that last?
Oh, I don't know. I probably won't have to grow again for maybe a couple of years.
No way.
Yeah, 3 pounds is quite a bit.
Good for you.
Yeah.
So you save a lot of money.
Yeah. I don't like to spend a lot of money on it in the first place, so I grow every year pretty well.
Yeah.
And but this year was a good year. Everybody had a good year this year.
Was that just hot and humid?
Yeah, just the right amount of rain, lots of sun, and the right temperatures.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
Mark, you think, what's your take on CBD?
Like, what do you mean? Is there any benefits to it?
No, do you think there's any medicinal qualities to it?
Well, a lot of people swear by it, but I don't know if there's any hardcore evidence that says this is actually doing much with CBDs. Now, I don't know exactly. CBD is one of the main products you get from pot, right?
Yeah, but it's like barely got any THC in it.
Right, it's cannabinoid, I think.
0.03 or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's a lot about pot we don't know. There's a lot of research still to be done, and there's a lot of breakthroughs still to be for them to come through with pot. They're just scratching the surface with it, with the benefits of it, and the and what qualities it has.
You don't think it's a gateway drug then, do you?
No, not at all.
I'm
Wasn't for me.
assuming you don't think it cures cancer either.
I'd like to say it did, but I don't think it does.
You smoke enough, well.
I think, is there a Wikipedia on that one? Because I don't know. I can't get anywhere.
No, I mean, I don't think it cures cancer. I think it's nuts.
I mean, it'll soothe the symptoms, of especially through going through chemotherapy, and such. But as far as actually reversing a tumor, I don't think there's any medical evidence that supports that.
No, me neither.
I know you can find some people on YouTube that says it did.
Yeah, of course.
I bet you can.
Yeah.
Well, you can't disregard it just because, if people say it helped them, then hey, good, baby.
Yeah, sometimes it's the psychological effects that can help a lot too.
Effect.
Yeah.
Like I say, if it's a placebo, okay, great, wonderful.
Yeah, placebo or 1.5 million views. Either way, it works.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, but nobody's it's super limited. It's like works on stuff where there isn't a lot at stake.
See, I use it for, it relieves the tension in my joint from my arthritis. And I use it because it doesn't really take the pain away, but it makes me forget about it.
Right. So therefore it does help.
Oh yeah, big time. That's why I use it, and I don't, it's basically all I use.
Right.
No pain, no gain.
Then that's a good thing.
That and gabapentin and ibuprofen every once in a while.
Yeah. Mark, I have a question because of what you just said. You said, and my name's Ella Cara. Nice to meet you. I'm James's wife.
Oh, hi.
You just call me Mrs. James. It's fine.
Okay, James.
So you said that it takes the pain away. It doesn't take the pain away. You just don't notice. So how does that happen exactly?
Pain receptor.
Why do you say that?
When was the last time you smoked a joint, Mrs. James?
Probably been a couple of years.
Because if you remember the effects that you got the last time that you did smoke the joint, I don't know if it's a psycho sort of effect
Psychosomatic.
that takes your brain and takes you for a bit of a ride and diverts the pain into, it makes you forget about it. It takes your mind off of it, puts your mind on something else, I think. At
So
least
do
that's the way it seems to work for me.
So are you saying that every once in a while you'll like feel it and it'll be reminded in your head, oh yeah, I still have pain, but
Oh,
then you'll be kind of diverted again to where it doesn't matter anymore, like real quick?
It'll be funny. It's funny because I'll get relief from it, and then I'll look for the pain. Like I'll try and get the pain back because I'm just seeing if I still have it or not. So
Right.
I'll move my leg around and see, oh yeah, sure, it still hurts.
What a psycho.
Interesting.
But it's tolerable.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
tolerable.
it makes it tolerable.
Yeah.
And you're not just bugged out, but it's tolerable.
Yeah, I don't get really ripped or sewn out of my brain either. Like I don't.
That's my point. Exactly. You don't get that stoner brain,
No,
but it does help you physically.
Another
So
way.
that's the whole theory in medicinal marijuana, is that you don't get high but get the maximum effects of pain alleviation.
THC
And
doesn't have the same effect.
Interesting.
yeah,
What's a stoner brain?
what's a stoner brain?
Well, I'm talking about THC as opposed to CBD.
Right. What you said you
shit.
don't get that stoner brain. What is a stoner? I'm not being facetious. I really am trying to figure this
No,
out.
I
because-
understand your question,
Okay.
but I'll let Mark answer it because he.
I don't think, did I say stoner brain?
Nancy did.
Oh, okay. I did.
Nancy.
Nancy?
Rita.
I think Nancy did. Did you do Nancy?
I'm
Okay.
Rita, but I have an N.
Rita, I don't know why, but here's the problem. I have a stoner brain right now, so I don't know. Somebody said it.
There you go. Can't beat them,
If
join
you
them.
do marijuana, don't try and put something in the oven. You might forget about it.
Yeah, that's right. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. But
hell,
It
I can
eliminates
forget
the
I got
short-term
something in the
memory.
oven when I'm perfectly sober.
Yeah.
I
It
was just
eliminates your short-term memory.
thinking about the chili I burned yesterday. I don't know.
There you go.
Oh, I'll put
Now I'm
stuff
looking for
on the
something to get
stove
rid of
and
the
forget to
long-term
turn the
memory.
damn stuff on.
You know
Perfectly
anything to get rid of the
sober.
long-term memories? That's what I need.
I mean, I'm 69 years old. So shit.
Guess how old I am.
48.
I am 61.
Wow.
Well, honey, I'm 69.
You win. Fine.
Yeah.
You win.
69. What a great number.
Yeah.
And you'll be 69 in January,
Yeah.
Tom.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Wow.
Me and Tom are 6 months apart.
Wow. How do y'all know each other? Do you know? Are you related? Are you what?
Swingers Club.
Huh? The Swingers Club? Nice.
No,
I
we
knew there
just
was a
met on here.
reason you liked your aggressive, Tom. I knew it.
Porn. I
Everybody
used
on
to
here.
be Tom's porn star.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he was my manager.
Yeah. So you?
No,
he
I'm
was-
kidding, honey.
Wait,
no,
wait.
just
Was
through
he your
Facebook.
pimp?
I mean, not Facebook, YouTube.
Yeah,
Was
everybody
he
met
your
on
pimp or
YouTube.
your porn, or were you his porn star? I'm so confused.
Everybody met on here.
As you get to know Tom, you'll understand the joke.
Yeah.
No, I met
I've walked
Tom,
away from plenty of his
through
life. Rita.
work
I've
with
walked
the
away from plenty of his
prostitutes.
life.
Yeah. That was a lot of good times.
I've never met Tom in person.
Yeah, I never even got close by there, really.
No,
Where do you live at, Rita?
I'm in Florida.
Always on the other side.
And we're in South Carolina, so we're not that far. So when you evacuate, you can just come over here.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And then tell everybody else not to evacuate so they don't switch our highways around because that drives me
I
crazy.
know, honey, but you see, it takes me 8 hours to get out of Florida, where I'm at. I'm in Southwest Florida on the West Coast.
Where
I'm
you at?
90 miles from Cuba.
Oh, wow.
How
So if
many?
you ever wanted to defect, you'd be good.
I don't know about Cuba. No, I'm sorry. I misspoke. I'm 90 miles from Miami.
Yeah,
Or
Howard.
Miami to Cuba's
That's that stoner brain.
like another. Yeah, see, that's that stoner mentality. I forgot. But I'm in South Florida, so
Well, I
it
don't know
takes
if you,
me.
we can all
There's
see how
only
you
a
would
few ways
confuse
out of
Cuba and
Florida.
Miami. I mean, very close to the same thing. So it's okay.
Mhm, mhm.
So you made it through the latest hurricane. Okay, Rita?
I'm sorry.
You made it through the last hurricane,
Yeah,
okay?
the last one we did okay. We only got a couple inches of water as opposed to 3.5 feet.
Yeah, wow.
So we didn't get a lot of damage. We've changed our whole lifestyle behind these hurricanes, but I'm telling you what, I'm getting tired of this bullshit.
Do you think that this is just a bad year, or do you think this is the beginning of?
Yeah, well, we've had several. This is 2, 3 in 2 years. I had to, before Ian came in and our house got flooded, I had lived here for 30 years and never had anything like this happen.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, never. I mean, we get some flooding. I mean, nothing like in the houses. And I mean, when I saw my neighbors' houses, no longer there. No
Yeah.
longer there.
Yeah.
Totally gone. Down by we live in like a bay, sort of, off of the river that then feeds into the ocean.
Hmm.
But we're used to a little flooding, you know, coming up in people's yards and all that shit. But for 30 years, nothing like this. We'd have hurricanes, we'd get wind, we'd get rain, we'd get trees down, you know, power outages, blah, 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 blah. But this has been too fucking much. And see, what people don't understand, the evacuation, even if you try to leave a week or so before, the highways are still packed. And let me ask you, there are people that have jobs. They had children. They can't afford to up and leave and not work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Uh,
Leah, do you have a conspiracy theory behind why this is happening, or any idea why this is worse than ever?
It's just nature, and it's climate change, I think.
Climate warming.
We're seeing so many different weather situations, not just in Florida, all over the fucking country, all over the world.
Last year, the world recorded its record temperatures for heat. Since they've been recording it.
I think there's too many, the population, development. Concrete don't soak in water. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Like the Tower of Babel?
Pardon?
Kind of like the Tower of Babel? It's all going to crumble eventually?
Well, yeah. I mean, look at it. I mean, the more people, the more development, the more you cut down trees, the more you clear land, the more you add concrete, the more you add highways. It's not natural.
What isn't natural?
How the earth is.
Oh yeah, the warming.
Yeah.
If you go back, like, you know, right after the Middle Ages, they had exact same thing going on. And then you look at the Ice Age. What has happened before, unrelated to CO2 and concrete and emissions? It's just, it has.
Well, I think that's true too. But
We're
I think
talking, you know,
that's
now they're talking
also-
about Mars. They just treat it as a big dusty, worthless desert that's up there. Now they're theorizing that there was life there over 2.5 billion years ago. I mean,
Yes.
we came to the game late.
My first thing I said was nature.
Yeah. So, you know,
Well,
But I think there are
always change your mind.
contributors that hasten this.
Well, my uncle says we're not hurting it as much as they say. He says we're not hurting it as much as they say, but we're sure not helping it.
Right.
yeah, I go along with that.
I can go with that. But as I said, I think it's just a natural, these occurrences happen over time as they have. Nature repeats and nature takes on nature. I mean,
I mean, there's some habits that have to change, like the polluting of the oceans. That can't keep going on, and burning of fossil fuels.
that's my point about there are other factors.
Wait, or the threatening of the cops in Detroit, that kind of stuff. Like, how do you get a country that can't even come together to stop the degradation of humanity to do something like get rid of plastics in the ocean? That's
Yeah,
that's where I worry. And then I was just going to say that I think if global warming happens, I'm going to let my grandkids worry about it because I'll be dead. So I don't
Right.
know.
Me too.
Whatever.
Same with when we run out of oil.
My point, other
zombie
factors are
apocalypse.
contributors.
So
Well, you're right. And I asked you that, and I wondered how you felt about that. And it's certainly, whether it is true or not, it certainly must feel that way because it's crazy when you look over and your neighbor's house is gone. That's traumatic. That's traumatic.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I mean, I've seen go down the street, the entire house is gone. Just gone. Just fucking gone.
That's crazy when that happens. That reminds me.
Nothing but the slabs.
Remember that neighborhood that you visited, Tom, where the river overflowed
Yeah.
and
There's
the
still
whole
places still like that.
is it?
I mean, when you see that, though, when you see it up close and personal,
No flooding. Look
It's-
at
it's,
Asheville, North Carolina.
well, yes, and Asheville is, I'm not saying my hometown, but I'm from that area. I would have never thought
Oh
that
my
something
God,
with the
right?
elevation of 2,000 feet and 300 miles from the nearest beach,
I know that's
Oh
crazy.
my God, that is
2,000 feet.
Asheville is insane. I do not understand that.
Well, I don't either. And I was born and raised in that area. Been to Asheville many times.
Right, me too. And
There are cities, little cities, like you have in bigger places, but you got these little cities that you go through. Gone.
Tell you what else I
Gone.
got there. Most lesbians in the country.
Cabins, I used to go up and I've taken my kids up to the cabins up in the mountains and stayed in a cabin up there. That's always fun.
I used to say, tell my husband when big storms would be coming through, we need to go to North Carolina because I still have I have a lot. They're like me, they're old or dead, but I do still have friends there. They say, come up, come up, come up. Well, hell, my go-to is gone. I always thought if I was in the mountains, I was safer. I mean, yes, they're prone to rock slides, mudslides. They do have flooding, but something of this magnitude for something that is 2,000 feet or more in elevation and 300 miles from the nearest large body of water.
Yeah,
Hey,
how
Rita.
did that happen? Was there something that broke or something? There was a dam or something.
Probably. Breach.
Oh, I'm
That
sure
means the
there
water
was
goes
several
wrong.
dams that broke.
Hey, Rita.
Yes.
Most lesbians in the United States are in Asheville.
Well, yay.
Yeah. Did you know that?
No, sir, I've never inquired. That's
Did
not.
you know it was a heavy gay population?
Where?
No.
But nor do I
yes.
care.
A lot of hippies
What are you
too.
saying? Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah.
No, I just thought it was. I always thought it was like Bible Belt up there. It seems like it
No.
wouldn't
I,
be
I
wanted.
always thought so too, but I guess that's like everybody else. You flee to the mountains when there's nowhere else to go.
I'll tell you, what I used to tell people about Asheville is if you want to know how different they are, go find a roommate on Craigslist. Be-
Yeah, probably. That's it. That'd sum it up.
I love it. Oh God, you're killing me.
Hey, how long you and James been together?
I have known James since you want me to tell you a quick story? So I've known James since he was 21. I was going to church with my husband of 22 years. And James, we gave him a ride home because his bicycle had a problem. So we threw him in the back. We dropped him out. I thought James lived in a trailer. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, who's James? But he never went to his house. So we dropped him off. And then me and him start dating, and I'm kind of walking around. And this is 7 years after that, and I'm just kind of walking around going, because I'm 21 years older than him. Like, why am I James Hackett? Really, what is wrong with me? Just couldn't believe it that I was dating this guy. But we always kind of had a thing, but it was kind of a weird thing. We didn't really recognize it. So we're dating, and he's like, "Hey, you want to come over and sit in my hot tub at my house?" I'm like, what? I thought you lived in a trailer. No, but we've been married. I don't know how long we've been married. I think 2 years, but we've been together for 10.
Hey, and I want to ask you this. He brought this up. You were on Oprah once?
Oh, I was going to tell you about it someday, sir. Yeah, I was on Oprah. What happened was, see, I've had a really weird life. Like I don't need drugs and I don't need alcohol because my life is basically so strange. And I was having this issue where I felt like I was a sex addict. So I was talking to this guy online who
You were what?
I never even a sex addict, and I was having an affair with some guy online, and I was still married, but I was having an affair with this guy online. And,
God, Tom loves you now.
and so I'm talking to this guy who has this. He's a sex addict, right? He's in SA, which I'd never heard of before. I don't even know to this day how I met him, how we started talking about this, or what happened. So we're talking about being a sex addict, right? And I'm like, he's healing me, and I'm getting in the mud of the road,
he's healing
all this stuff. And Oprah has this person on that's a prostitute, and she's a sex addict, and Oprah's talking about it like this prostitute is a sex addict, and it kind of pissed me off because I was like, because I was getting I was getting healed from sex addict. I was working with my sex addict self. So I just typed her a quick letter, three, not even 3 sentences. Oprah, anybody can be a sex addict. They don't have to be a prostitute. And then I just sent it. Because I was telling Oprah,
So what'd she do? Call you up?
3 years later, I get a call, and it's the executive producer, and they're like, and my family is so sweet. They thought it was about my poetry because I was writing poetry at the time. I'm like, oh my God, they love me so much to think anybody would care that much about my poetry. But anyway, it ended up being that they can do a search, and evidently it came up, sex addict, and they were doing a temptation thing on with Gary Zukav. And I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I can out-talk Oprah. I know you're surprised. Please stand back. But she had to tell me to shut up.
Really?
Yeah. So anyway, I was on the show. I loved it. I got to ride in a limo, which he was telling us all the crazy things about Jerry Springer. People are real, that they're crazy. And then we get in there, and they put us up in a hotel in Chicago. It's freezing cold because it's January. They sent us a nice bottle of wine, bought us a nice meal, paid for our room. They probably would have paid for a lot more. I was not about it. I was basically doing my end of my teaching degree. I was going into whatever that part is where you clinicals or whatever. So I want to get back home. I told my ex-husband's work about it because I was so excited. Well, apparently they don't think being a sex addict and cheating on your husband is cool. Because when I got back, they kind of turned their shoulder toward me. But I'm so stupid. I didn't even think that would be, anything
Really?
but cool. Be on Oprah.
Hey, how did Oprah, what kind of impression did she make on you?
Who she is now, I do not like at all. She didn't talk to me. She did laugh at my little jokes I was talking, because how I would make these little jokes about things when I got a chance, and she was laughing a little bit about them. They told me when I got there, they're like, you need to talk and not wait for her to talk. You just push your way in there and pick the right person for that. So, she didn't really give me back then. I don't think she was that. I don't know if the cattle thing had happened yet, where she was. I don't think that had happened yet. This was in 2000. So at that point, I think now she's really getting on my nerves, but then she was fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you think they tried to make a fool out of you?
Huh? No. In fact, I will share that with Jimmy. My daughter just found the podcast where I was on it.
Oh, cool. It's
Yeah,
not on
just
video?
the other day. And I'll share that with y'all.
It's not on video?
No, it isn't on video yet. I think they're doing a lot of the video. It was so funny because when we were doing my commercial, my eyes would always show my eyes, And I even remember the commercial because I'll make the build-up commercial before you're on, And I don't feel like they made a fool of me at all. I think Gary Zukav, it was really about temptation. And if anybody made the fool of me, it was probably me, really.
Now, looking back on it with those years behind you, do you think you were really a sex addict?
I'm going to tell you, okay, so y'all want to enjoy I have crazy stories. Yes, my girls don't think I did, but I did have a physical manifestation in my private area, but maybe it was just a panacea. I don't know, but, or whatever that is. I don't even know what it's called. Somebody said it right. I don't know if I said it right, but, I did have a withdrawal. Whether I was or not, I'm sure there were things that I needed healed from.
Yeah.
Well,
congratulations.
Thank you. I'm a proud sex addict. My name is Mrs. James, and I'm a sex addict. So I don't know.
You don't regret doing it?
No, not at all. I mean, what's really funny is when people at work, and I don't ever tell them what I'm on there for, they're like, you on Oprah? People are so shocked. So it's kind of like, I feel like I'm minor celebrity for a second,
Yeah.
I taught school for a long time. Speaking of celebrity, I taught school for a long time. And the kids used to run into me in the store. If anybody's taught at all, they know this feeling. And they call out my name. Hey, and I'm like, I don't know who you are, but hey, I would never, I'd fake it and pretend like I did.
So you think there was something to it? Did you just get therapy or outgrow it or what?
Look, here's the thing about cheating on your husband or anybody else that you cheat on. And this is what I truly believe. I never believe for the most part it's one-sided. I believe there is trauma involved in my situation, but we both had things we needed to work on in the relationship. And I'm not blaming him because I could have cared less. I had no guilt about it, actually, because I had no way to feel guilt at that point. But a relationship is something you work on, right? And if somebody is having problems, maybe everybody needs to look at themselves. Maybe not. I'm not saying it's always the case, but it never hurts.
Right.
That's just my feelings.
Do you think Jimmy ever wish he'd regress once in a while and go back to those days?
Yeah, well, definitely.
Yeah, good answer.
What are you talking about? When I used to have sex?
A lot.
Huh?
Presumably, a sex addict has sex a lot.
How do
And that
you,
is
do you
what I'm
think,
talking
do you
about.
know that there is a belief that alcoholics can be an alcoholic and drink once a year?
No.
No, yeah.
There is a
No,
belief system.
you may be able to get on Oprah again for not having any sex.
Right. Well, I told Jimmy that I was going to tell y'all since I was on your show tonight that we'll probably have sex. He'll be so happy. Let's be excited about it.
I'm sorry, I missed a portion. I kicked myself off.
I am not repeating
So
that.
you went from
I
a
am
sex
not
addict
repeating that.
to a no sex.
Yeah, but the no sex happened just like you. She got old.
Thank you.
Her libido.
Oh,
went
so
up.
you think it's a hormonal?
Yeah, I do.
61 is not old.
I definitely do, and I hate it.
Thank you.
Do you think you were
Those are my
just
arguments
what
since
they
day one.
consider an oversexed person? Or do you think it was mental?
Here's what I think. I think I could not say no. I did not know I could say no. No was not something I felt I was allowed to say. There was
Well,
a
had
lot
you
of
had
there's- it's-
sexual trauma?
Right. There's a lot of complex things in there, right?
Okay, so I would it be fair to say, just from what you've said, that you were probably molested?
Oh, I was molested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Early,
I don't know, but
or
possibly.
throughout. You had many, well, more than anyone should have at any cost. But
I feel we should.
you were sexually molested, probably
Okay,
more than
Rita.
once.
Rita.
Rita, I feel like we should spin the bottle.
Yeah, I feel like this, Rita.
And it
people
landed
out
on
there-
me.
Rita,
Yes, sir.
out there that just like to fuck a lot, okay?
I understand that too.
No, let me tell you, Rita. I think if you are molested once or 2,000 times,
Right.
it's going to be the same trauma.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Tom,
I mean,
I
you got
understand
me thinking
people
about
like
my
to
chronic
fuck.
jacking off now. If I was thinking back on those damn Boy Scout days.
Are you jacking off, Tom?
No, but I mean, I don't think always this. Rita paints it as a picture kind of trauma. I mean, there's some people that just like sex and they don't need to get ass raped.
Tom, my dear man, we have spoken a lot, publicly and privately, through the years.
Yeah.
I always like sex.
All right. Were you ever an addict?
Well, I don't know what defines a sex addict.
Mrs.
Unless, what my
I don't either.
understanding
I don't
of
either.
a sex addict is, it's like an addiction, like drugs.
Right.
Whether you like the person or you're in a relationship, but I don't know. I have a lot of questions, and I don't know that they can all be resolved here.
Let me give you
What
this
makes
example.
anybody a food addict or a
I
pill
got it.
addict or a sex addict or a eating starch addict or what creates an addict?
Rita, I got it. I promise you. This is it. One
Okay,
sentence.
that's what I want to hear, doll.
You can't say no. I don't care if it comes in front of you once or 2,000 times. You
Okay.
can't say
Yeah,
no.
sounds good. Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I want to meet some of them.
Yeah. See, I told you that's where Tom's mind would go.
Why not?
And is there
Well,
anything
okay.
wrong with being like that? I don't think there's anything wrong at all to be like that.
Thank you.
I think it's
Well, they
it's
put
great.
themselves, a lot of addicts of any kind, put themselves at risk by being a sex addict. You would put yourself at a higher risk level of other things happening to you.
What do you
Am I
mean?
correct?
Multiple partners, you mean, from meeting so many people, or? Is that what you
That
mean?
and putting yourself in, like say, complete
AIDS?
strangers. You don't know their history. You don't know if they're have STDs. You don't know if they're a serial killer. You don't know if they're. But I mean, there's a certain risk with anybody that meets anybody.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah. There's also people that like to fuck that nothing ever
there
happened.
are also people that like to fuck.
I mean, if you don't like to fuck, whatever. Everybody should like to fuck. That's not the point.
No, I know it's not. But I
Yeah,
mean, I
but-
don't think you have to have trauma to like to fuck a lot.
Absolutely
No,
not.
I'm not saying, but I just asked her that question. I didn't say I believed it. I just asked the question.
What
So,
about this?
Hey,
What
how
about
about
an-
this? This is James. So being a sex addict was or was not out of your control?
Me?
Yeah.
It was out of my control.
Okay.
And what put it back in control?
With talking to that guy online I didn't know, and education, and working on myself, and working on that part of myself that needed to learn about that part of myself.
But what made you become a no sex? Age,
Jimmy would like to.
menopause?
I forgot Jimmy was listening. Oh my god!
Hormones. Hormones.
That's what I'm saying. Hormones, age.
I
Same
asked
reason
my
Conan,
doctors.
me, Stephanie, Mary, all of us aren't having.
No, I've asked my doctors. Like, I'm going to ask my GP next week, and I asked my psychiatrist, and he said it could be the medication, but the Xanax is kind of a libido kicker. So I'm kind of, maybe I need to up that about 2 more pills. And
Well, you're 60 years old.
I did take Delta one time and got real, wanted some sex. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, are you just put off by it, or you just don't have any desire?
No desire, none. Like,
That comes with menopause. Have you been through menopause yet?
I thought I had.
Fuck yeah. 60?
Well, not
Jimmy.
everybody is the same, Tom. I've
60
known women
pushing the
that.
old envelope.
Okay.
How many 60-year-old sex addicts? 0.
I'm not saying sex addicts. I'm saying no desire for sex.
Yeah, they're a dime a dozen at 60. And what's left other than hormones?
I'm just bored with it, man. I've been a sex addict for so
Oh my
long. I'm
God,
sick
yeah,
of
no,
sex.
it's true. No, I get it. Yeah, believe me, I know.
No, you don't.
Oh, I'm like you. I know of it. Let me.
After
Let me put on that. Let me put on
You
the.
still watch porn.
Yeah, hardly. It's really dwindled, though. Sad to say. So
Yeah,
much of my
do you
identity.
think watching porn would help me? I've thought about it.
Try it. You don't know until you try.
Yeah, I doubt it because you know what porn is, and you could have easily watched it by now, and you didn't.
Yeah,
I
you
mean-
would have known inside.
Yeah.
I'd
You'd be
probably
better
go,
off-
oh my God,
Hey,
her toenails are the wrong color and she needs to comb her hair. And I can't believe she did that. That's what I
Yeah,
think.
that's me.
No, I
That's
think
me
it-
with
I think
these.
if James wants more sex. He gives you $1,000 gift card for Amazon. Gives a fuck how your day went.
What? Where do I get that?
Yeah, I mean the criteria changes once you get older like that. I mean,
Oh,
back
you-
when you were 20,
Exactly.
it took you out to dinner, bought you roses. Well, now it takes different things, like
Yeah.
$1,000 Amazon gift card,
Right, exactly. I buy anything I want on Amazon.
a $2,000 gift card.
Oh, maybe.
It's different criteria. Plus, I mean, these people are bullshitting themselves. It's hard to be on here and talk completely open. There's like lots of people on here. We talk about lots of things, and whoever thinks it's like you're going to get some, freak on here once in a while. It gets better every year, like a Viagra commercial. But by and large, you just get tired of it. Same old shit.
It's age, darling.
You get tired of the same stuff. Do you like something? What do you think of fairs happen? You don't want to
Right.
see your wife in Fredericks of Hollywood. You want to see your girlfriend in it.
There you go. There you go. And that's what I say. Jimmy, just go get a girlfriend. It's going to be fine. Because you're not getting nothing out of me. Not happening. But he doesn't. He won't. He loves me.
Yeah, but here's another thing. Here's another typical thing that happens with different age ranges. Now, we've had a couple women on here, like when you're 25 and you're marrying a 40-year-old, not a big deal, not noticeable. But when you're 75 and he's 90, you got a lot
Yeah.
to think about. So, it's like that age thing doesn't really ring bells until it's too late.
Yeah, it really
Well,
doesn't.
for a man or a woman, it doesn't take much.
You just wake up one
Get
day
'em
and you're
all.
like, wow,
Yeah.
I don't want
You
sex.
set such a high bar when the hormones are raging and you're young. And
That's
That's
right.
true.
But
that's
when the hormones aren't raging,
if that's your benchmark, and nobody's ever going to be happy with the sex they're getting 40
Wow,
years
that's
afterwards.
crazy. Tom, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like heroin.
Yeah, for
well,
sure.
it's kind of like getting off drugs.
They're going to bullshit you in the self-help thing where 10,000 titles of rekindle the love and sex life you have when you're 20. Those people ought to be taken out and shot between the eyes for writing those.
Oh,
my
no,
God.
there may be those rare cases.
Yeah. I don't fuck Brer. I want the average Joe Blow on what he's doing.
There's my man, man.
Yeah. I mean, Mark, I try and get a straight answer out of him, but he's always a samurai stored away from getting silenced.
Mark's like sitting there doing something else. As soon as you say his name, he's like sitting up, like, what? I heard my name. What's going on?
Yeah. Yeah. He'll get one of those
Oh,
ninja
God.
stars, penetrate his skull about 2.5 inches. You'd be on Forensic Files.
That's not true. I speak what I want to speak, and I'm very selective as to what I say.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Mhm.
consequences to every sentence.
Tom pushes.
I'm
You're like
sorry,
a-
Tom.
you're
Don't
like
you
a
think I've
super
been? Don't you
considerate
think
guy.
I've been very selective on what I've said tonight? I'm sorry. I think I've been very
I
selective.
think you've been absolutely wonderful.
Glad to have you.
Definitely.
We'll try not to use it against you down the road.
Oh, but Tom
I
will.
hope you
He's
do.
going to bring.
I hope
Believe
you do.
you me.
I look forward to the day you use all of this down the road.
Only if you piss me off.
I
Believe
love it.
you me, Tom's going to bring it up at some
Bring it,
point.
Tom.
He forgets nothing.
No,
You know
they'll
what?
bring
I
it up.
don't share unless I think you can use it against me. All right? That's how I roll.
There you go. There you go.
This worked out then. Doesn't
That's
sound like you'd
like
be a
I
very
said.
good person to extort.
Yeah, please. I've been
I'm an
extorted.
open
I mean,
book.
you know that you're the private eye apparently that I need to hire because I've been extorted. So you know about that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
and you have the hat on, the private eye hat. It's awesome.
I lost all my skills. Yeah.
I love
We're
it.
glad you came on. Though every bit was a complete mystery. I mean, we always wondered what James' wife was like.
Oh, now we know, and it's fabulous. I can see why James
Totally
chose her.
different than what I expected.
What'd you expect me to be like, Tom?
No, I just kind of expected how could I say just kind of like a librarian, just like,
More demure,
Yeah.
more quiet.
yeah,
I knew you did. I knew you
yeah.
You know what is funny? Jimmy and I used to have this mutual friend, and I worked with her, and he went to school with her. And so she didn't know we were married or together. So I invited her to my house one time. She used to couldn't stand me, then she got to where she liked me. Well, then when she saw that I was with Jimmy, she's like, "Oh my God, you're with Jimmy? He's so quiet, and you talk all the time. I can't even imagine that's what it is." Well, he was in school trying to study, and he didn't want them to bother them. And they used to play games where they would try and get him to talk to them.
Really?
And so she's walking into me, who she couldn't hardly stand because I talked too much, and him, who they used to try and get him to talk because he never talked. And all of a sudden, we're a couple. She couldn't believe it.
Well,
Opposites attract. Me and my husband are so totally opposite. But it
we're
works
not.
somehow. It
Yeah, but
just
I'll tell you one
works
thing right now.
somehow.
there's no data to support that.
What? Opposites attract?
Right.
I love that so much.
Well, I don't know, but I'm just
you
telling
made it
you
work.
that we are just
You look
so.
at data and like social
I,
work.
I,
and
I think
nursing.
I read that too, that there was no data
Oh,
to
Well,
support that, but that used to be. I think that's how people made the excuse of marrying the wrong person.
that's it.
Well,
oh, I didn't
opposites
marry the
attract.
wrong person. I
No,
definitely
but
married the
there are
right
always
person.
exceptions, and there's an exception. And congratulations for doing it.
Well,
I
I'm
just
just
think that
saying.
we complement each other. Uh, we just complement each other, and you know what I'm saying. What one lacks, the other
Wayne's,
provides, or
Wayne's,
um, uh,
Wayne.
Yin and yang.
we
Yin and yang.
stimulate each other mentally.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't have sex. I was like, what?
Yeah, neither.
I
Mentally.
didn't. I've never said we didn't have sex.
Yeah, but sex is mental
Oh,
and physical.
great. Now I made a fool of myself. I'm the only one that didn't
No,
have
you
sex.
didn't. But like I say, I'm 69 years old. But there's also all kinds of forms of sex.
You make me
My
want to be
husband is 8
69
years
just so I can say
younger
I'm
than me.
69.
Forms or positions?
Both.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. So, okay, so I want to tell you, James and I are not opposites
No, that makes sense.
at all. We have a lot of, and I tell people you should find somebody with values. James and I were friends for a
Thank
long
you.
time.
Thank you.
Similar values. We're friends. We have similar values. We have similar humor. We have similar
Mhm.
interests. And yet
Mhm.
he has the hobbies he has, and I have the laying in the bed I have. So it works out well because he goes and gets me Wendy's. It's perfect.
Well, when I say we're opposites, we're also alike. But I'm just saying I'm more outspoken. He's a more like you and James. He's quieter.
Actually,
But
James isn't as quiet as you think he is. He's real good at playing quiet.
well,
Yes, he is quiet. Sure, he's quiet. He's quiet.
I'm a more aggressive personality, should I say?
No.
I could not tell.
Really, Rita?
But I mean, I'm not like aggressive, mean to him. He's not afraid of me or anything. Like, I'm just saying,
Has he been on here?
no, oh Lord, no.
Because I would pay to see that.
Yeah, we're
He's
all-
just a more, I don't know. He's more demure. He's more,
Oh, wait, how would he feel if he heard you say that? Would he be okay with that?
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's not a pushover or anything. Believe you me. You know. I don't mean it like he's a wimp or anything like that.
Because I was going to say, Mark, you're quiet. Are you demure?
No, not
I
at
don't
all.
know. Maybe demure. He's more of a quiet. He listens a whole lot before he.
You know what I really like is we have a lot of vocabulary flying around here.
Well, that's it. And what you know, I'm not always proper, or you know.
No.
He's just a quieter person. He's just more of a listener. I'm more of a fly off the handle, and he's more of the slow your roll.
Does he tell you
know.
to slow your roll? Does he say-
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the
Chill
first
the
time
fuck out.
the first time I slammed the door because I was really mad at Jimmy, he laughed at me. And I knew that then it was going to work forever.
You know, I'm the type to throw the fucking food out the fucking back door if you piss me off while I'm cooking.
Oh.
And you say something. You know, I mean, I'm talking on a bad day if my mental health is not checked.
You've done that before,
And,
Rita?
and he's the type that'll just shrug his fucking shoulders and go fix him a sandwich. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
It's
me and Jimmy.
acceptance.
Yeah,
It's acceptance of each other's craziness, I guess. But he's not very crazy. He's a very level-headed person. He's the happiest fucking person I think I've ever fucking met. with no meds. He's just a happy guy, face
he
the
jolly?
world.
Is he kind of
Just,
jolly happy, or
pardon?
is he kind of jolly happy, or what kind of happy is he?
He's just, well, I don't know, happy. He wakes every damn that morning at 4:30, and he's just he's not one of these that goes, "Oh fuck, I ain't going to work today. I don't feel." I mean, he might say "fuck this shit," but he does it every fucking day. Every fucking day.
What does
Works
he work?
12, 14 hours a day.
Oh.
He takes great care of me. He is.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't think he's ever been depressed. He does not understand what depression is. He can't fathom it. I mean, he knows that people get depressed, and he hears about people killing themselves. My brother killed himself. He knows I have these issues. He's just a very accepting person. He has a lot of empathy for people, animals especially. I mean, he's just the greatest person I've ever met.
What does he do for work?
Construction foreman, deep water and sewer.
What does that mean, deep water and sewer? Like, does that mean
Deep,
like,
big, like supermarkets and big housing developments? You know, deep
okay,
water and sewer. They
a
go
lot
deep
of
in the
a
ground.
lot of commercial, laying the pipe for that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Rita wish she'd lay some more pipe.
Yeah, well, no, I can get pipe laid anytime I want to.
So can we say a sentence without Tom making a sexual innuendo about it? Let's see.
No.
I really
No.
don't care. I just think it's funny.
No, that's Tom, honey. That's the
I mean,
root
if
of
Tom
everything
didn't
is
say it, someone else
sex
would
and Tom.
have to. It would be.
That's how we all got here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Pay honor to it.
Mm-hmm. Prostitutes and sex.
Yeah, why not?
That's how we all got here.
Yeah. Goddamn boring ass other bullshit. At least that was fucking interesting. Imagine just I went on and talked about good grammar. Fuck, I would have never
What
had
made
anybody
that
watch.
so interesting to you as opposed to homelessness, which they were homeless?
Almost sucks. So fucking boring. It's unbelievable. Now
Well,
I just
tell
get,
me, I want to know
no,
what's
I'll tell you
the
exactly
difference.
what happened. So I'm down there fucking around. I'm taking, I like that blight photography. I knew that was the golden age of an American city because I had, grown up near there, and it's like compared to how it was, and it was getting worse. The cops got money taken away. They weren't doing shits. They weren't forcing the law. And I knew, man, I took full advantage of it. It's like this fucking place is never going to be this fucked up. The federal government's going to have to introduce something. So I would be out fucking around. I'd see these prostitutes, and I'd see them buy lunch meat for the stray cats, and I'd see them buy a loaf of bread for the birds, and they'd go in and suck a dick for $10. And then I'd run into them in line, and they were always so nice. Say hello, and they were. I thought, if I thought about it for a long time before I ever did
Because
it.
they wanted to pick you up.
I wouldn't really like that.
What did you think about getting your dick sucked for $10? I'm sorry, I'm missing this story.
That's how much it is, $10.
Yeah.
So then I was.
So were you propositioned a lot before you started?
Never, not by the ones you guys know. Sometimes.
But by any,
No, never.
you were never propositioned by a fucking prostitute. Come on,
I have
Tom.
been. Yeah, I have been, but not the ones you knew through the channel.
None of the
Okay.
ones you interviewed.
No,
Did you now here's the real question, Rita. Did you take him up on it?
no.
He said he wasn't he wasn't.
Yeah. Well, apparently he's not prostitute material. Okay,
Oh,
continue.
no, we were 18, 19. My buddies, we go down and get blowjobs about a mile from there.
Okay, so when you were in Detroit, though, and we're talking about the difference in homeless people as opposed to interviewing prostitutes.
Yeah.
What was the difference? What's the
The
difference?
homeless were just boring. I mean, for woman to get out from a place that she's
Uh-oh,
from here.
we got
in that
feedback.
area.
That's me. I'm sorry. I won't do that.
Okay, in an area that she's in, just openly have sex with strangers, and everybody knows it. And she's obviously an active drug addict right near where she's from. It's just like, how do you end up here? And what got you into it? And it was interesting to me because they were always so nice when I'd run into them in line. It was never like, we'd talk about like birds and they'd say they just felt so sorry for the stray cats. And it was never like, hey, by the way, I mean, it was obviously, but that never, ever came up. And during the whole time in any of those interviews, never. Yeah, actually, if you look back at one of the old interviews, I talking to Becky about that, and I started to bring it up. She interviewed me. She said, "Please, we even going to talk about this stupid shit?"
So, my question to you is, what happened? Like in 2 sentences.
You mean?
Yeah.
You mean what happened? Like with what?
With the prostitute, like the whole thing, helping people. Was there a?
It got dangerous. I got, an opportunity to get out of there. It was already dead before I left. The area changed. They built this new international bridge. And then COVID really, like everything, it even killed that business.
COVID. Yeah.
Oh yeah, COVID. I remember that.
They were picking the prostitutes up, and there was a $500 fine. And
oh my God!
Kind of killed it. It got dangerous, so it just changed so much. And by that time, I was starting to get pretty seasoned at knowing what was what. Girls were getting murdered, ODing. It just got to bounce like, this isn't just wondering how their life's going anymore. This is like dead end. Nobody's
same story over and over again.
Yeah, and it's just like I just lost interest in it because it was just like I knew so much by then that it was like, why am I doing this?
And how much more was there to know? I think you had pretty much exhausted to some degree.
Yeah.
I mean, other than the curiosity and wanting to hear about the people we had become to know.
Yeah,
I think it was just
exactly it. Like that, there was a few people I can remember that I'm like, because you interviewed them so well, and you like had them agreeing to get help, and you helped some of them. If that's that's what it appeared to me, and I just was so intrigued with how somebody was actually doing something. Because I know people. It's not the people they know. Everybody knows about it, but nobody wants to look at it. Nobody wants to see what's going on for real. Nobody wants to help.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He exposed a lot of what people just turn a blind eye to, but they were able to look at it and see it without being up close and personal per se, like Tom had to do. There was a whole lot of behind the scenes that what Tom filmed and how Tom got to know these people. There was a whole lot of behind the scenes. Am I not correct, Tom?
Right.
And you got to know these people while we thought we knew them to some degree. You knew them so much more.
Yeah.
They confided so much more in you to you. You knew people that had HIV. You knew people that you never told that until maybe after their demise, or medical conditions, hepatitis, cardio, what is it? That heart disease. Yeah. There was a lot. I often wonder about that guy, Keith, the black guy, Keith. Wasn't that his name, Keith, that had that heart condition?
Yeah.
And needed surgery or help. I just wonder if he ever got it.
I bet he didn't. Real soft.
I doubt he did either.
He was actually friends with your girlfriend there from northern Michigan.
Yeah. And the other girl that died, Allie.
Yeah.
He was close friends with her.
Allie had HIV and eventually left organ failure.
But that's what I'm saying. People didn't know.
But here's
a lot of the things that you knew that you didn't divulge.
I would have never said that then, But after she died, there's the guys
Right.
that come down there and like get with these women.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Allie let guys.
Hello.
She was HIV positive. She'd
I
let
know.
guys fuck her in the ass without a rubber for $25.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's so
Uh,
little money. That's what I guess. That's another thing I couldn't understand is how much money they were making. That's nothing.
Well, see, that's why, though, prostitution needs to be regulated, is because they would have to go through health checks. They would have to, Allie was spreading. Think of the people that Allie, God
Lies.
rest her soul, infected with HIV,
Man,
knowing she was HIV.
that's a crime.
Well, that's the
Well,
problem.
that's what I'm saying.
If you're gonna go to people like that for your sexual pleasure, you are going to take that risk because they're not going to tell
Absolutely, you are.
that
Absolutely,
they're that
you
way,
are.
and it's sad.
But
I
men
don't know.
want to use condoms, and they'll tell you that they'd
No.
even pay the prostitutes more money not to use a condom,
Yeah.
knowing they were fucking prostitutes.
Well, that's tradition. You pay more.
I'll tell you
Well,
too.
what
to have
kind
a
of
condom.
sense does that make?
It's tradition. You don't want to use a
Well,
condom. You pay me
tradition,
more.
fuck tradition.
That's tradition. Even back in the Bible times, if you didn't want to use a condom, you had to pay more. What are you talking
Well,
about?
then, okay,
Rita,
then
Rita.
take the responsibility and don't blame
Rita.
the prostitute that because you didn't want to take a precaution knowing that you were having sex with a prostitute.
Hey, Rita,
Yes,
Mexicans don't like to wear rubbers either.
I know
You
that.
know that.
There's
How
a
do you
lot
know
of
that?
the black
Is
men
this a
don't
joke
like to
behind
wear
that?
condoms. The
Where did
white
this come
men
from?
don't like to use condoms. Please don't.
Where's that coming from, Tom?
Well, one thing, that everybody knows is birth control.
A man is not
You just say
concerned about
Catholics.
birth control
Okay, just say
for a
Catholics.
damn
Don't.
prostitute.
Okay, then when I said Mexicans don't like wearing rubbers, you said I know. Well, why do you think they don't like wearing them?
No, I said, how do you
Because
know?
men
You
in
couldn't hear
general,
me.
I just
Oh,
meant
Rita.
men in general. Men in general don't like to use condoms.
Yeah, but I didn't say men in general. I said Mexicans. And you
Oh,
said
I'm sorry.
Well, now what?
No,
Hey, hold on.
as I just
let's do
said,
a
I
impromptu
just
survey.
simply
Let's do an
overlooked.
impromptu.
I wasn't paying attention to Mexican men in general
Okay.
don't like to.
Let's do an impromptu
Let
survey.
me re-say
Let's do it.
that.
Impromptu survey right now. You don't have time to skate the issue. Do Polacks like to wear rubbers?
I mean,
Do
what are you
who?
talking about? Are you talking about condoms?
Yeah,
Yes.
Because you said rubbers, and that's as old as stoners.
it's the same thing.
Well, Tom, we're old. We're old.
Now let Mark answer.
No, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom, got you. I got it.
Thank you.
I
Men
figured
in
it out.
general do not like to wear condoms.
Rita, you're right.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to wear one either, but if I had a normal wife and 3 kids, I'd like to think I'd wear one then if I was down
Well,
in
you'd like to, but the prostitutes have
I'm
even
not
told
wearing
you.
one on my Match.com date, but I'm wearing one down there.
Oh my God,
Well, of
not your
course, you would
Match.com
think.
date. You could that did you swipe left or did you swipe wait, how does that no, I don't
I'd
remember.
roll the
No.
dice on that one, though. They got a good job. They're educated. It's not the
And then
odds.
it's saying they
But
can't
they
find it.
still
I
don't
don't ride
want to wear a condom. And for some reason, they think, I don't know why a man would think they wouldn't have to use protection with a prostitute. Even prostitutes, some
Well, part of the reason.
have a
Yeah,
strict rule
yeah they
that
say
they
that. A lot of them lie
won't.
about it too. And here's
Well, of
another
course
thing.
they do, but
You
I'm
won't
just saying
understand You'll
some.
never understand.
Rita is flabbergasted over this.
Yeah,
She
Rita,
cannot believe that men would take that kind of risk
Mm.
to not have a rubber apparatus wrapped
I
around
can't.
their
I
penis
can't.
that
Yeah,
would
Rita,
protect
Rita.
them from
Not in this
sexually
day and
transmitted
age.
diseases.
Not in this day and age.
Rita.
No.
You also never had a dick, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's
Well,
it.
no,
Exactly.
Not 100% sure.
I mean, Rita,
but that's
have you ever done
almost
it once?
animalistic. When you know science, you're a science guy.
Yeah, well, there's being safe, and the reason you wanted to do it to begin. Try and put some saran wrap over your clit.
No, thank. I don't care. Anything over my clit's fine as long as
If
there's some
something
action
is
going on.
has
Try
can
that and get back with me
potentially
about
kill
your
me,
theory on wearing rubbers.
I don't give a damn if it's over my clit.
And you ever hear this?
No.
The heat of passion.
Yes, absolutely. And I will admit, in my younger days, I took risks, but it was pre-AIDS.
You know what? How long has it been pre-AIDS? We don't know if it's really ever been pre-AIDS. We just know when the epidemic happened.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm
I'll
talking
tell
about
you
the
this, too.
epidemic. I'm
And I
talking
can
about the
back this up with
epidemic
stats, too.
when we first started hearing about it.
I can back this up with stats too. It's very difficult for heterosexuals to transfer HIV. It's the butt fucking that gets you in trouble. Blood to blood transfer.
Not
And
true.
then also,
No,
it's
bullshit.
the
It is true.
Not true.
Yes, true.
Not
Yes,
true.
true.
Not
Yes, true. Yes,
true.
true.
Not
Yes, true. Yes,
true.
true. Yes,
Not true.
Yes, true. Yes,
Tom,
true. Yes, true. It's blood
Not
to
it
blood
is
true.
God's
transfer.
punishment to gay people, is
Oh,
what it is.
fuck.
No, a lot of
shit.
people say
Fuck.
that. No, you may get that dried up old snatch in your 60s, and you might get it. But if you're properly lubricated,
Exactly. That's why I am. No, you are right.
That's
That's
why you have
probably very
KY
true.
I
jelly.
love you being on here. Finally, some fucking honesty.
That's why you have KY jelly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but you don't
Do you
have. all
think
that
a
fucking shit.
prostitutes
No,
don't
Rita, if we
carry
listen
that
to your-
shit too? Do you think they're
Listen-
really
Yeah.
that lubricated and turned on by some gross, smelly
Listen to your fucking way to-
motherfucker that?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, if
You
we
know what
listen to
they're
your way to
motivated
have
and
sex.
turned on about is
Yeah.
the money they make from being with that gross, smelly motherfucker.
Yeah.
Mm.
Rita, I mean, you act like there's this big fucking protocol. I mean, how about this? Then what differentiated you getting it without all that preparation you're talking about? It's easy for you to get a guy to wear a rubber now. You didn't want to do it to begin with. That's much different than when you're 19.
Pre-AIDS. Pre-AIDS.
I mean, I've been unprotected post-AIDS, and I was going to go to another one of my crazy times, and I was going to go to Australia. I had a plane ticket to Australia, and I was going to Australia at Thanksgiving time, and that was going to happen. And then I screwed some guy post-AIDS time and freaked out and thought I might have AIDS. This is a true story.
Oh, no.
And so I had to go get tested, and I waited 3 months. By the time I waited, this is a true story. This is how me and Jimmy got together. After I found out for sure I didn't have AIDS, I had the plane ticket to go to Australia, and Jimmy and I started dating, and we moved in the day I was going to fly out to Australia. Jimmy and I moved in together. Oh, and it was a talk
What a love
about
story.
AIDS.
Hey, Mark.
That's my AIDS story.
What a love story, huh?
I
Yeah,
know.
beautiful.
Hey, it is what it is.
It is what it is. I just don't think in a real world. Yeah, I'd probably wear one now, but that's after taking 20 Viagra.
Oh,
20
John,
Viagra.
20 Viagra.
You best be quiet. You best be careful. You'll
You'd
find
be in the
yourself in the
emergency
hospital.
room for real.
No, I mean this older sex in the late 60s. These people got a major screw loose, so they don't know how to jack off.
I want a Viagra.
Yeah, but
You want one.
you're kind of sick of it too.
There
I know
are
that's what you
women
think.
enhancements drugs.
I want some
want
sex
one.
heroin. That's what I want.
Yeah, I was
There-
talking. I was
no
kind
such
of walking around
thing.
the park today. I picked up some prescriptions, and I they go over your medications there. And she said, I said, well, put in a couple of Viagra, slip them in there. And she kind of laughed. And I said, I want you to tell these people when you give them your spiel, the problem with these guys, they don't need these pills. They need younger wives. And she looked at me like, fuck you.
Wow.
That's not necessarily true.
It's mostly
Maybe-
true.
Or a girlfriend. Or a girlfriend.
Or girlfriend. Thank you.
Wow.
Mostly true.
I mean,
There's just a million guys. When you've been married to the same woman 40 years,
Mm.
She wants to have intercourse. I mean, you got to fucking make that dick hard some other kind of way.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. There's many forms of
Yeah, I don't want. I mean, I'd fucking, it's,
sex.
yeah, there are. Yeah, there are. What, like talking dirty on the phone in the same room, like party line?
Well,
No.
nice was I went on your show. So
Evidently,
like,
you've been very limited.
Yeah. No, I haven't. No, I don't want the alternative ways, which is why I retired.
what is alternative ways?
Well, like she's talking some crazy ass.
Tom only likes blowjobs.
Oh, yeah. If I already want it for myself, why would I want to give it to you?
Yeah, no, that's
Thank
true.
you.
Yeah.
Isn't it a
Our
two-way
relationship is
thing?
officially on hold.
Maybe for a $2,000 Amazon card.
No, hey, sounds good to me. That's right up my alley. I look at it as the
Tom wants to
$2,000.
receive, not give.
No, the $2,000 saves me from fucking them. I don't need to hug them, and I can get the hell out of there in an hour, and the blowjob's free.
There you go.
That's my
But,
school.
if you were going to do it without a condom, it's going to take $3,000.
Price keeps going up.
Yeah. And you'd have to hold a shotgun to my head.
I
For
don't
what?
talk like this to everybody because, like, you know that. Well, you might, but I just don't because people just don't. They take me wrong all the time, so I'm just going to shut my mouth.
Yeah.
I find
Yeah,
it refreshing.
I think you ought to start a channel, man. You'd have a good channel.
You should.
I thought about it. Are you trying to get rid of me? All right, I'm
No.
out of here.
No, not at all.
No, don't you think she'd be good at it, Mark?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You ought to go over to his channel once in a while and stir up that music shit too.
See,
Request.
here's
Yeah.
the thing. Like, I thought we have a Winnebago, and did Jimmy tell you about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So my dream is for us to sell the house and just go on the road in the Winnebago and do.
Get old quick.
Yeah. Does it?
Yeah, it will. Quicker than you
Every
think.
dream I have, you all ruin it for me.
Oh, you go crazy. You'd end up murdering Jimmy and like fucking.
Oh no, I wouldn't murder him. I just lock him up.
You'd be on forensic.
Just go
files.
up in the Winnebago for about a week and so pretend you're on
Yeah.
a trip.
Yeah.
Never
good
leave
idea.
home.
Great
Just
advice.
do
I have
do
kitted,
things
I kitted
you
that
would
place out.
put up a
I have.
pictures your front windshield that you're somewhere else and
Yeah, it's a good idea.
just pretend that you're right around the block
Yeah.
or
Yeah. Good idea.
Well, I have to go somewhere where I can't come in the house and get my frozen meat. So,
Right.
that would be too easy.
Jimmy
But
will give you some frozen meat on the road.
ooh,
Yeah,
not
right.
without a condom, unless it's gonna pay. You're gonna pay. I'm gonna say, Rita said, no condoms, no play.
Hey, Frisky saw the light.
That's it.
Her problem is she waited too long. She should have been getting that $2,000 40 years ago.
Who?
Who?
Me?
Frisky. She said for
Oh.
$2,000 she could fall in love.
Oh.
Weird. There's a lot of shit like that in life. Just when you figure it out, the shit
Yeah.
has failed.
Changes up.
Yeah.
Wait, I feel an ism coming on.
Rita said the same thing herself. That body she had, big tits, slim body.
I'd have done it a whole lot different.
Thank you. Nothing wrong with that.
But see, I was young
Right.
and there was those I'm in
Yeah.
love,
Yep.
No.
but now if I'd be living in stop.
I had a friend with big tits and I had little tits, and she always got the guys.
Yeah, it matters. It's not everything.
Well, it wasn't just about the tits. I mean, I was
Had a lot
very,
It was with her. It was with her.
no, I mean, I have a brain too. I mean, I'm somebody that you could have
That's number
had a
2.
conversation with.
That's
Well,
number
then that's
Um,
probably why you didn't do that, Rita. That's probably why you didn't take advantage of your big tits and your slim body, because you had a brain and you were too busy using that to notice that you could have used any other part of your body that any
But
other
I was
blonde
too
might have used.
stupid and
No.
young to.
No, you weren't. You were using your brain. You didn't. It wasn't important to you. People who's that's important to, because they don't have a brain, use it because that's what they got, right? And guys love it.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm
thank you.
even though you guys are crushing my dreams, I'm removing your regrets.
Well, thank you. I need that.
Yeah, we're here
Because
to
I was
help.
going to live in the Winnebago, but now I'm going to have to live in my house like everybody
That
else.
Winnebago.
No, I told you
consider
what
yourself
to do.
lucky if you take this to heart.
What?
We saved you a disaster in the making.
Whatever.
No, that Winnebago thing, that's like sailing around the world and getting chopped up into little pieces by pirates. The reality compared to the fantasy are worlds away.
Oh yeah,
Just like being an
the
older guy.
fantasy.
moving to
That's
Tahiti.
it. It's
I mean,
the
what older guy
fantasy.
doesn't want to move someplace where you get tom yum soup for $1 and you get blown by 18-year-olds all day long? But they
Tom,
all-
that's a thing of the
Patriot,
past.
a patriot.
Charlotte. You're living
Thank you
in the
very
past.
much.
No, it's not.
What are they called? An anti-pat? What are they called? Anti-pats? The people that move in other countries?
You can still do that to those Asian countries.
Yeah.
You look on YouTube, and there's bunches of guys like that. I think they're like something off with them. But from a guy standpoint, just thinking about it, Mark, think about this: like fresh, great food every day and blowjobs 2 or 3 times a day for 18-year-olds. I mean, is that something you got a problem with?
I don't have a problem with it, but I just don't think it's reality.
I mean,
not reality, but
I
a
think if you can
male
get there,
Thinks in terms
go.
like this. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it, Mark?
Yeah, sounds comfortable way to live. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Mark, does it sound good enough to leave what you have right now if you had that guaranteed somewhere else, like
No.
in another country?
No, there's more.
No,
There's more
no.
to life than that, but it sure is tempting.
Yeah, thank you. That's the way I look at it.
But at your age,
At my age, what?
but at your age, would you take that on?
No, I'm pretty happy with what I am at
You
now.
better say that.
So-
Mark, are you wearing colored glasses right now?
Yeah, they're lightly tinted.
He's got
They're
glaucoma.
really tinted. So my belief system is that somebody who wears colored glasses can do anything they want. If they want to stay, they can stay. If they want to go, they can go. It's very creative. It makes you look like you're a rock star or something.
Yeah,
So
you can't help it. He's a famous Canadian DJ.
Well, thank you. I wear tinted glasses.
He's a famous Canadian DJ.
I knew you were famous. I knew it. See, I got this like sixth sense about stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, I didn't really know it, but it doesn't surprise me. What's your favorite music then, Mark?
Probably rock and roll I like the most. I mean,
What's your favorite band?
oh, that's a tough question. There's so many of them. I mean, it depends on the era.
Mark is a connoisseur of music.
I play in bands, so I play a lot of different styles of music.
Okay.
And I like stuff that from the mid 60s and 70s especially.
Okay.
He really loves Milli Vanilli.
Yeah.
Of course. Are they from Canada? I didn't even know they were from Canada. It was so sad when one of them died. They were so creative. Yeah.
Lip syncers.
Yeah. You know,
Well,
I
Boy
watched
George,
this guy.
let's not forget him.
I watched this guy on YouTube called Professor of Rock. Have you ever heard of him?
So if you watch that Ken Tamplin, though,
No.
Ken Tamplin Voice Academy,
No. Maybe.
where are they on his ass now
Why?
for fake singing? I bet there's been 30 new YouTube channels in the last week.
What?
Yeah, he has he's a vocal coach. He seems like a nice guy, real religious nut, but they are fucking with him full time.
Oh, the YouTube people are?
Yes.
Yeah, he's getting canceled?
Oh, huge.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Now, I don't know enough about that shit to know if they're right or not, but I kind of think they are. Because it isn't a bunch of haters, and there's some guys on there that really know their shit. Because he's acting like, you join up to his vocal school, and if that's fucking fake, that's not cool.
What about you, Mark? Do you have any opinion on that, or Rita?
You
don't
never
know.
watched him, Ken Tamplin?
No, I don't know.
Why
who he
you
is.
don't get suggestions for him because you're looking at music stuff all the time.
Yeah. What does he spin?
I didn't get. That I know of. I haven't got suggestions for him either. I really like Professor of Rock. He goes in and he talks about different rock songs, and the different ways they came about, and what different things about the bands and stuff. And sometimes they'll even interview the people in the bands. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
There's Saturday nights. There's a guy named G May, Gary May, and he has open jam, and people come with their instruments. They sing karaoke style, or they sing and play, all kinds of different variations, and and he has quite a few participants on Saturday nights. It's a great channel to watch.
That does sound good, G May.
Yeah, G May.
Did you watch that one link I sent you? That Canadian couple that listens to songs, Mark.
Probably. I watched pretty much
They're from Brantford or Branson or something.
Brantford, probably.
Yeah.
Branson is in Missouri. That's
No,
where
it's something like
yeah.
that. A name like that in Canada.
Dolly's thing is in Branson, I think.
No, Dolly's is in Pigeon Forge.
Who's in Branson? That's still a lot of. Yeah. See, I don't know anything.
Oh, you know,
It used to be Branson used to be a big country music.
Yeah.
that's
They have, and I'm sure they still do, but I think it's faded
Yeah.
a lot.
Well, once
the Clare is Branson.
Glenn Campbell kicked the bucket and Andy Williams, nobody replaced them.
Yeah, I think it's been on kind of a decline in Branson.
Yeah.
There's still one. Oh my God, I don't know if it's Buck Owens or somebody else. There's still one big star there, because I think I was watching something on that too the other day. Because when you lay in bed all the time, that's what you do.
No,
You
it's
learn
true.
a lot,
Yeah.
but you don't remember it all.
No, that's true.
Mhm.
You just learn it.
That's right.
Well, you guys, I think I'm going to call it a night because I got to get up early as hell tomorrow to go to this fucking doctor's appointment.
Okay,
What?
Tom.
Well, enjoy your fucking doctor's appointment.
Miss James, it's been
James,
a
great meeting
pleasure.
you.
Great meeting y'all
Thank
too.
you for coming on. I hope you'll
Thank you, Miss
return.
Rita.
Often.
Thank you, Mark. Nice to meet y'all.
Give
Y'all
Jim
have
a meeting now.
Good night, everybody in chat.
I'll leave so you can talk about me for 3 seconds. All right, hold on.
Okay. Mark, you
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Mark,
everybody.
get that CBD, man. You'll be aching like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I better. Good night, Tom.
Fuck CBD.
You know what? I don't. I
That's a bunch of-
haven't found a reason to try it.
No.
I'm happy
no
with
either.
what I'm using. So
Just eat some sawdust if you can't find it.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, you rock on, Conan. All you guys, thanks for coming on tonight. It was fun, impromptu chat. You guys party on, rock the jizzo. And I'll talk to you later. We'll kick it all night long.